What's up, data banks? What is up, data banks? Happy Friday. Welcome to the stream. Look at my hair, it's looking kind of crazy. Let's readjust these headphones. You know, you gotta tend to your quarantine haircut if you're me. I need to get a haircut real bad. It's been like 6 months. Anybody else in that boat? I don't know what you're supposed to do when you got COVID. How do you get a haircut? I guess you just go, but I haven't done it. But beautiful day, blue sky. It's counter to a trend. It's been, I feel like it's stormy over almost every time I stream lately. But today is really quite nice out. And it's kind of making me wish that I was outside right now. But that being said, I also really want to do some programming. So, you got to balance the desires. You got to balance the desires when you're in quarantine. You got to do your work and you got to go outside. And how do you find the right balance? I don't know. Do you guys ever listen to podcasts? I feel like the beginning segment of this stream for me is like practicing my podcast voice. You know, Mark Maron, he's got that really good intro section. It lasts for like 20 minutes. He just like goes on and on about whatever he wants about his own life. I wish that I could be a Mark Maron. Kind of, not really. I think he's got problems. But so do we all, right? This is a very Mark Maron intro. But anyway, I hope you're all doing good. What's up, Sulthonu Ladib? How's it going? PogChamp. Rajiv Soni, how's it going? Hope you guys are having a good week and a good Friday. And I hope you have a good weekend. I hope you got some interesting things lined up. And if they're not interesting, I hope they're at least pleasant. Yeah. So I think what we're going to do today, it's going to be pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about it. We're going to be looking at making the prototyping out an idea about how to make scan speed in CockroachDB faster, use fewer allocations, and do fewer copies. So it's a kind of a grand plan, but I'm pretty excited about the concept here. Rajiv, I'm doing pretty good too. Thanks for asking. What's up, Brohanster? 100x speedups. That's the plan. 100x speedups. Maybe we'll try it out, see what happens. Before I started, I just wanted to get something off my chest, you guys. I had a hard moment yesterday. Yesterday was a difficult time in my life, and let me tell you why. All right. So me and my girlfriend, we had our friend Hannah over for dinner. All right. So normal thing. She bikes over. She locks her bike on the bottom of our steps. Typical, people bike. We've got steps. They've got some, it's got sort of like it's sort of like a metal step bottom on the bottom of our house. That's how you come up into our apartment. So she locks her bike. We have dinner. All's well. We're having a great time, good conversation, cooking some food, eating some snacks. And then as she's about to leave, we get a ring, a doorbell ring from our neighbors. Now, our neighbors, we have all sorts of problems with our neighbors, but we try to be good. We try to be nice people. They're kind of weird, but we respect them, right? They have chickens. They do CSA stuff. They're like, by all, accounts, they're progressive people. They have interesting things to do. They're trying to be good people. They raise bees. They have like vegetables in their garden. They've got all this cool stuff, and they're trying to do a co-op. I don't know. By all accounts, they're cool. But here's the thing. They're kind of nasty to us. So they ring our doorbell. They come up the stairs. And they're like, hey, your friend's bike, it's locked on your stairs and it's blocking our driveway. Now, let me tell you about the driveway. The driveway is very wide. They probably have a 25-foot driveway for real end to end. And it abuts our tiny little walkway. That's how we go into our apartment. Through this walkway alongside their driveway, up the stairs. And it turns out that Hannah's bike was locked to our stairs, and the handlebars of the bicycle were protruding across the invisible property line in between the driveway and the walkway by a couple of inches. And this is what they were upset about. Okay, so the plot thickens a little bit because they have these renters, right? They have their driveway so big that they rent out part of the driveway for cars, and people bring their cars and they pay, a random driveway in Brooklyn. And they're like, trying to make some money. And I guess the problem is that they like to put the cars so close to the edge of our thing that, like, I guess even a couple of inches of bicycle handlebar will get in the way and cause a problem for their renter. Anyway, so it's a big deal. It's very painful, very upsetting. You know, we're like, okay, I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, like, da-da-da-da. They're a little bit nasty. Later, I felt a little bit bad. We had like a chilly interaction with them. Hannah left, it was all good. Oh, later though, I went over, I rang their doorbell. I was like, hey, I just wanted to come over to apologize. You know, I know our bike was in the way, and you know, I think they're unreasonable, but I didn't say so to their face. I said, you know, we're really sorry. I just want to be a better neighbor. Like, let's just work it out. I don't want to be angry at you from a distance. But they were just so pissed, dude. They didn't take my apology. They were like, you know, they were like, even if a branch were poking over into our property, we would have the right to cut that branch off. You know, we would have the right. This is about property. And I'm like, but you guys are the most, you know, you're so progressive. You've got the chickens. You say, you know, you're a co-op, and yet even just a couple of inches of handlebar pisses you off that much? I don't know. It was intense. I was in a bad mood all night. But I hope, I don't know. They used to have a fence. They took down their fence because, I think it's because when they parked the cars, they wanted to get the cars as close as possible to the fence, but then it would scratch. So they took the fence down. And now what happens is, of course, their little car mirrors poke into our driveway, but I don't care. Why would you care about a couple of little inches of car mirror, right? Like, that's not something that you should really care about. But of course, we've never said anything, because why would we? It's like meaningless. But the handlebars, it's a whole different story. They hate us. They're mad. It's out of control. It's ridiculous. But anyway, that's what I wanted to rant about. Malicious compliance action. Yeah, exactly. The most passive aggressive thing to do would be put a fence back up. But like, you know, I'm just a renter. That's the other thing. Anyway, they're insufferable. I agree. All right. That was my intro. So let's talk about programming a little bit. I think my camera's a little bit misaligned here. Sounds like a rough night. You had a heavy night too. Talked about mental illnesses with the chat. One person shared that they had tried suicide. Jeez. Oh my gosh. That's intense. I think a lot of stuff can come out on stream. It's a way of therapy for people, lonely people. Find community. I think that's what's so cool about Twitch. You can really find community. I don't know. It's a weird kind of community, but I really like it. I'm glad that you had a space that was safe enough to have those conversations, Portuguese captain. So, yeah, man. So to business. First, I want to address something. Rajiv Sony asked a little bit up in the chat. Why did we choose Go for Cockroach instead of Rust? I mean, basically the reason, Rajiv, is that when we started Cockroach in 2015, Rust wasn't a mature option. If we had to pick again, maybe we would have picked Rust. There's a lot of reason to use Go, though. It's quicker to develop. The memory management is easier, but gives you problems, as we know. It's a mixed bag, but it's sort of a history thing, and we're stuck with it. And I'm happy with that, you know. So many things to watch right now, Vittore. How's it going, by the way? Welcome. Selby versus O'Sullivan. Bayern versus Barcelona. Jordan versus Neighbors. I don't know. I wish it wasn't a versus Neighbors things, right? You guys, like, I don't want that. I just want us to be... I don't want us to be friends necessarily, because they're definitely jerks, but I just want us to be, like, coexistable. Wouldn't that be a better thing? Isn't that what, I mean, this is like neighbor trouble is like the most ancient kind of trouble, right? It's like in the 10 Commandments or something. No, I don't know. I'm not like a religious scholar, but there's something about neighbors, like in these proverbs, right? It's like super ancient stuff. And sometimes I just think that if you're super rude to your neighbor, you're failing an ancient, thing, a standard of life, a way of living. All right. Well, anyway, one day I'll have a podcast and I could talk more about that, but probably not actually. Anyway, so that's soccer though. That's what you're talking about, right? Vittore, love thy neighbor. Gonna see more Elite Kaizo. Yeah, I think probably in about 3.5, 4 hours, I'll do a run of Quickie World 2. I have more strats for that game now. So I think I can beat that level that I keep getting stuck at. I like rejiggered it. I figured out how it worked again. And I think I can figure it out this time around. Hopefully. I had like a mental block against it, but first, my friends, we got some exciting stuff to do. Let's get into it. Okay, so here's how we're gonna, let's see. How am I gonna explain this? Snooker and soccer. Oh, I was wondering what that second thing was. Snooker. Now that is a crazy game that I really don't know anything about. We're gonna go iPad. We're gonna go whiteboard. Pull out the old whiteboard. I charged the Apple Pencil. So that should be good this time around. So here we go. Hit you with the whiteboard scene. So here's the deal. Here is the deal. Today, in CockroachDB, you may be aware that the way that we store data on disk is that, let's say we had a table that said, like, I don't know, just had some numbers and some, words in it. So the first thing that it said was, let's say it's a table of ID and color. So the ID was 1 and the color was pink, and the ID was 2 and the color was green. And the ID was 3 and the color was yellow. What would be cool if I used like some color coding here, but it's just not so necessary. Sidecar is like, I don't know. Sidecar kind of sucks. Have you tried it? It's like kind of slow. Performance problems. It hogs your CPU. I don't love it. All right, so here's how it's stored on disk today. On disk, you got something that looks like this. If this, let's say, ID is the primary key. Primary key. On disk, you got something that's looking like this. You got a table ID. So maybe this is, table 50. So you got your 50, you got your index 1, and then you got your ID, and then it points at your color, right? So this is like a key, a physical key in your underlying storage system. Next up, you got, the same thing over. You got 50, you got 2, and it points at 2. Wait, did I write color? I really should have written pink. How do I make this guy bigger? Pink, green, right? So here's the point though. I mean, it's kind of obvious when you write it out this way, but like each of these keys, it takes a little bit of effort to deal with. When you're deserializing data from disk, every time, there's sort of like an iterator. You can imagine it like, does something, it gives you a row back. It sticks it into some byte buffer. It does something, sticks it into a byte buffer once per row. And there's this other kind of thing going on that you may or may not be aware of that we've worked on a little bit on stream. I think if you kind of recall that time when we were working on that like kind of crazy templating engine, you might remember that we were working, the reason that we have this templating engine is that there's a more efficient representation for data than row at a time. This is sort of your row at a time layout. What's up, Pete Pan DeSal? Thank you so much for that follow. But the point of this template engine, right, is that if you store things in a columnar fashion, so instead of storing them kind of like, 1 comma pink, and then 2 comma green, and then having each of these things be separate items, the whole idea with columnar is that you store things like this. So you have like 1, 2, and then pink, green. Right, and so we already have an engine that like does this conversion. Like after you read this stuff out from disk, it like swaps everything. So basically it's like, it's kind of right here, right? It's like, this is the disk representation. And then we like transform it into this memory representation on the fly. And even doing that, like, it sounds like kind of a lot of work, but it's not that much work in a sense. Like you can do this fairly efficiently. And it's good. We found this to be more efficient for big queries that use a lot of data. You do this conversion up front, you do your processing on the columnar format, and then life's good. But here's the thing. There's actually one more step in between disk rep and memory rep. There's actually like a second memory representation called the MVCC batch representation. And the way that things work is actually they have to go through the MVCC batch representation. So there's 2 copies. First, we copy out of the disk representation, which is row at a time. We copy into this MVCC batch representation, which is row at a time. And then we copy into the kind of, vectorized memory representation, which is columnar. And so here's what I want to do today on the stream is prototype a thing where this MVCC batch representation becomes columnar. That's the goal, you know? And the reason that we have such a goal is that if we had this representation, this batch representation, this very same representation as the one that we have over here in the sort of vectorized columnar memory representation, then you could cut down on an entire copy of every byte of data that's going through the system. Right now, every byte of data that goes through the system, you have to first, allocate some extra space for this MVCC batch, copy all that data into the batch, and then later you have to make a whole new allocation for that whole size of thing, the same size, no smaller. So it's like 2x, and then copy all the bytes again. So that's like 2 copies and 2 allocations when you could potentially have something that approaches more like 1 copy and 1 allocation. All right, so that's the goal. We're gonna make a prototype of this today, and we'll see how far we get. So the goal is basically 1 copy from disk KVs into columnar memory representation. Okay, that's the goal. Who's ready? I'm ready. I'm feeling excited. This could be super cool. I do think that there's a potential that this would be a really big performance improvement, and I do love those performance improvements, so that's why I'm psyched about it. That being said, I don't know how it's going to go. I haven't really thought too much about what needs to happen here, and it may be really complicated and difficult, but that's being said, let's just get into it, see what happens. We'll have a good time. So here's what it's here. Let me tell you about the kind of code layout that we've got right now. Basically, this piece of code here that I have pulled up, it's this thing that we call the C fetcher. Let me get these line numbers on because I know everybody likes line numbers. The C fetcher, this is the thing that kind of is that step. Let me turn the little overlay whiteboard guy back on. Or is that ugly? It's like a little ugly. I want to say that that's pointless. I'm gonna leave that off. This will also lead to significantly less memory overhead. Yes, yes and no. It depends on various factors. Like in some factors, the answer is yes. In some cases, the answer is no. It depends on whether you're using this local fast path or not. In the case where you have a query that is scheduled on the same node that the data lives, you'll get, I think, roughly half the memory usage. In the case where you have data stored, no, I think in every case that you're gonna have a lot less memory usage. I take it back. This is gonna be a win across the board. That's why we're so excited about it. It's gonna be a big win. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, it's hard to read, right? The overlay business, I never got it quite right. I think I would kind of need like a background that it sort of sits on top of or something, but I haven't set that up. Anyway, yeah, so I think it should be less memory usage across the board. I think it should be really good. This C fetcher, this is kind of the part of the code that translates that batch representation, the row at a time batch representation that MVCC gives you back into the in-memory columnar format that we like. And the goal is that we're gonna plumb this logic somehow all the way down into this other thing that's called Pebble MVCC scanner. This is the piece of code that is the thing that's actually reading out key values, 1 key value at a time, from the storage into some batch representation. And right now what it does is it always reads out into this row at a time batch representation. And the dream would be that if it could read out into a columnar batch representation. The only challenge is that we have to teach this code a little bit more, quite a lot more actually, about the SQL encoding representation that's used in these bytes. That's the main thing that's weird about this, is that this layer right now has no clue what kind of bytes live in these keys and values at all. And teaching it about that, it's going to be a little bit awkward no matter what we do. The batch is always called on the leaseholder. So imagine this is hot. Yeah. So yes, and I mean, basically, if you have, there's certain circumstances in which you're not going to be on the leaseholder, like a lookup join, or an inverted join, or a zigzag join. Anytime where you're doing basically any operation that reads data except for those table readers, those have a high likelihood of having to do remote fetches. So that's kind of a thing that is important to know. We should probably add that to some sort of debug information so you know how many round trips it had to do. because I think it's not that obvious for people. Right. So basically, let's see, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? I think the first thing to sort of think about is that, like, what does this code actually do? I don't really know, and I'd like to find out. I think this code, I want to find the part where we copy the row out into a batch. And that's kind of, I think, where we're going to start thinking about how to change things. Get and advance. Emit a tuple and return true if we have reason to believe iteration can continue. Scan. Scan iterates until max keys records are in results, or the underlying iterator is exhausted, or an error is encountered. This seems pretty relevant. This kind of seems like the core thing, and hopefully... So the thing about this MVCC stuff, by the way, is that there's this whole other layer of keys that the database has that SQL never even gets to see or care about, which is what... All these keys have timestamps on top of their actual data, and part of what this code does is it skips around finding the keys with the right timestamps, basically. So hopefully we can avoid having to look at those at all, because we just don't care. So here's a loop that seems very relevant. If we have some number of max keys, the maximum number of keys to return, if it's greater than 0, and the count is equal to max keys. Oh, this is like the stop condition. So where's the like normal case? That's my question. Scan iterates until max keys records are in results. Maybe we copied it in a couple of places. Maybe I can just search for copy. Put, we don't care about. That's the one we already saw. All right, so we've got one in put and we've got one in scan. This is actually something different. This is about the resume span. So this is like teaching people how to resume their scan. So it must have nothing to do with it. It's got to be somewhere deep inside of this get and advance thing. Own intent. Bunch of stuff that hopefully we can skip. I do wonder kind of encode key to buff. It encodes an engine MVCC key into the RocksDB representation. That kind of seems like the opposite of what we want. Maybe it's this. So next key. Next key advances to the next user key, and it writes into this thing called key buff the current key. This seems extremely relevant. Like, this is the sort of thing where it's like, if we could avoid making this copy and instead copy into a columnar buffer, we would be getting a lot of wins. We would skip this whole copy. So I wonder if this is kind of where we're at. Yo, what's up, MD Layer? Happy Friday to you too, my friend. Hope you're doing good. I hope you are doing fantastic. Yeah, you know. What can I say? We did a rant, a long rant, and now we're trying to figure out some code that we don't understand. So that's like, you know, typical stuff, right? Kind of seems like we need to keep this key buff around though, because it looks like we reconsult it later to see whether we've left, or we've like seeked off the end or something like that. Gonna switch to the KV team after this? No, this is not. This is just code. This is just code. There's no such thing as a team in the mind of the database. The database is just a big piece of code, right? Right? What is a package boundary? Adds the specified value to the result set. This is seeming pretty interesting. Pretty interesting right here. This says it takes a value, which is a byte slice, and it has a current key, and it puts it into some result set. Ooh, I'm liking the look of this. I'm very much liking the look of this. What is up? I am Jay Ching. What is up, Lithium? How are y'all doing? I hope y'all are doing fantastic. We stopped doing React. React, that was fun. We did React for a few weeks, but we're done with that for now. We've left React land. We're deep in Go again. Your internet's been out for a couple days, so you've been watching streams at 360p. Ooh, that's gonna be tough for text streams, I gotta say. And also, do I have quality options? I don't think that's a thing that you really get as a affiliate unless they have low demand on their servers. Are you saying that I have quality options right now? Maybe they're like at a low point, so there's no problems. I think that what we want to do is implement another one of these puts, or maybe even another one of these Pebble results. Maybe this Pebble results thing is kind of like an interface, and we really want to have two of them. I think that's kind of what we want. Count bytes, repr, buffs. What is buffs? Buffs is like, oh, this is a way to, this is that slice vector thing. So that, this is kind of a cool algorithm, you guys. Do you know about this? So you know what happens when you, keep appending to a slice or a list in general, and you run out of capacity in that list or slice? What happens is that depending on how that thing is implemented, there's like a heuristic, which is how much bigger do I grow that buffer? And what do I do with the data inside of the old buffer? Typically, I think there's some heuristic, like maybe you double it, something like that. So for example, you would have a byte buffer of 16 bytes and you start to write, the 18th byte or whatever, and it's going to double the size and copy all the old bytes into the new byte and the new buffer, and the new buffer is going to be twice as long. So yeah, that takes some time, right? That's like there's some, length of time that algorithm takes. What we did here, since these things are immutable and we knew that we could consume this thing on the other end, is that instead of having to do that copy on the other end, what we do is we just allocate that new buffer that's twice as big as the old buffer and stick it in a list next to the old buffer. And then the consumer gets to read a list of buffers instead of a single buffer. And that way you avoid a lot of copies. And it had a really big performance difference when we did this, especially since this is at sort of like the lowest level where performance is super critical. This is one of the reasons you can't retain a uint pointer, unsafe pointer. Ah, yes, exactly, right. If you tried to keep a real pointer to a slice, you would get into big trouble because when the slice doubled, that pointer would no longer be valid. But I think this is a neat thing. I think that this is probably a data structure that has a name that I don't know. I bet there's like some C++ data structure that people know about, like a vector list or something like that. A growable, chunked vector, a linked vector list or something. But I think this is a cool algorithm. And I guess presumably we would want to keep this behavior, which is a little bit hard to think about. But anyway, yeah, I think what we would really want to do is re-implement this put thing on a different structure. So maybe what I'll do is I'll make a new type here for that. So it'll be called like Pebble call results. And I guess we want to probably keep Yo Titla. Thank you for that follow. Let's keep these metadata fields. It's like the number of keys that we deserialize, as well as the total number of bytes that we have, I think. And then this repr, I think this repr is just like a convenience byte slice, and it's probably always the same as the last thing in buffs. I think for now, we need to figure out what data structure we're storing here. This is kind of like a very important question, I want to say. Like if I were higher up in the stack, and this is sort of why we want to keep in mind this other state machine that we have. This is the state machine that, again, converts that row at a time batch repr that's returned by Pebble results into the more optimized columnar format at a much higher level. And the goal of this project, again, is to move the logic that this converter does down into the very bottom of the stack so that there's no conversion necessary. And when requested, we can always get out that good format without having to do any switches or swaps. So fewer copies, fewer allocations. And as you can see, maybe, as somebody could see, this call_data.batch structure here, this is actually the batch that we're going to be writing to in the cfetcher. So this is like the ultimate output format that we're writing to at this higher level. The thing is that, so like you could think that maybe I could put this interface all the way down into this scanner thing. The only thing with that is I think that it just doesn't necessarily make a ton of sense to have an import from this package to this package. Luckily, I do think that this package is fairly tight. It doesn't have any like SQL-ness in it. It's technically trying to, well, yes, it does. It imports this whole types thing, which is quite problematic. That's a big package. That is a big package. So it's yeah, it's a little tricky what we want to do. And I think ultimately what I'm thinking is that when we actually go to write to one of these columnar batches, what we're going to do is instead of just writing bytes, or instead of this structure knowing kind of in code how to deserialize these SQL encoded bytes into a byte buffer or into any other kind of buffer, I think that what I want to do is some kind of callback interface so that a higher level can be in charge of understanding what the expectations of SQL really are and telling this lower level sort of what to do. So I think like ideally you could use just Go function pointers in a sense, but I do have concerns that that's going to be too slow. But I suppose we can get, cross that bridge once we get there. And conceivably, you could have this thing sort of have a slice of interpreter things that it knows how to do. You started coding with Go and Vim. Dude, that's awesome. I hope that's going well for you. Brohanster says, I'm confused at what layer this is right now. This is talking directly to the storage engine. So how are we going to then serialize this columnar batch over the network? Okay, so here's the thing. The amazing thing is that we already did that. That's what the arrow batch converter does. So what this does, this takes a call_data.batch and it turns it into a bunch of data in this arrow format. Arrow is this Apache project that lets you do columnar data serialization. And so that's the format that we use to send columnar data over the network between nodes of a distributed flow. Sickening. Yeah. So like one option, yeah, exactly. Directly to call_data.batch. Either that or directly to an arrow batch, which honestly might be a better choice because it would be even cheaper, even cheaper in most cases. Well, it's like hard to say whether most cases, it's kind of like you want the flexibility of both. It's like when you have a local, scan where the scan is like directly on the node that has the data that you're trying to get, you'd want it to deserialize directly into call_data.batch. And when you're on a remote node, you want it to send it, deserialize it into this arrow batch so it can be sent over the network like immediately. So it's like a little bit dunno in a way, a little bit dunno. Like one option that I kind of like is that, we send, like, I think it would be a little bit more straightforward to have this Pebble thing write directly to an arrow batch, because then you would have to do a lot less work about what SQL is. Is that even true though? Because what I'm scared about is this, right? This is like sketchy stuff that you need to know these types. And this is where I'm trying to hopefully avoid this problem by just passing in a bunch of callbacks. But I don't know if it's going to work. I think, okay, let's get a little concrete. I'm getting a little bit abstract and I just want to start with something maybe. So let's say we have like the basic interface that we have here is that we have this same thing. We're putting an MVCC key and a value, which is a bunch of bytes. And we need to figure out like what exactly to do. Not Pebble results. Pebble call results. I think like basically what we want is like a converters thing. And this is a slice of functions from value. Ooh, you kind of need two, right? You need key converters and value converters, maybe. Can you run with just the types of the self-describing encoding? The problem is that the key format is not self-describing, right? Or is it? Maybe it's like the key format is self-describing and the value format isn't. There's something that I always kind of forget how that works. We've got this buddy, my favorite document in this whole code base, that I think talks about this stuff. Or maybe it doesn't. Oh, that's an old project. What's up, May Beta? I'm gonna update that because it's totally out of date. I always forget to do this until somebody types it for the first time. Commands, edit, project. Trying to plumb down columnar batch format all the way to the bottom of CockroachDB scans. How about that? Yeah, I don't remember. Okay, so I guess we can look at some of these encoding things. Decode, int, decode, bytes. Basically, here's how you find decoding functions. You come up with like a random name for something that's like vaguely related, and then follow the graph back up until you find the top of the thing that you're looking for, right? It's totally normal. Totally normal. You got your decode unsafe string ascending. You got your column type encoding. All right, this is relevant, right? Decode table key. So basically there's two kinds of encoding in the database. One is it can't have its lengths prefix things because they have to sort properly. So for that, we use this so-called key encoding that the bytes lexicographically sort the same way as the values that you're encoding do. That's what this key encoding is. And then there's this other one, this value encoding, decode table value, which works a little bit differently. Since we don't have to have this sorting, we can just length prefix them. And I guess as well as their type. So it's like a little bit easier to deal with. Honey Badger 1994, does ls-a show everything? It shows all files in the current directory that start with a dot. Is that helpful? That's what -a does. It gives you those dot files. I love how some people think that like any random science and technology chat is going to be good for just like arbitrary Linux questions, which I'm happy to answer. I just think it's hilarious. I think it's like it's like kind of fun. It's like live help from random people who are talking on the internet. So yeah, like here's an example of what we could do. This takes a buffer, but it has this extra knowledge, which is the type. It knows what type we're trying to decode even before it gets the bytes, which means that it isn't really self-describing. Val type is passed in from higher above. From higher above. So much better than asking Google. That's actually so funny, dude. When I said so much better than asking Google, my phone just reacted. It heard me say the magic words, which I won't say. I'll whisper them. Okay, Google. It heard that. I don't like it. So I think unfortunately though, we're gonna have to know this value type, which means that we're gonna have to pass it in, which means that really we want to be doing this like function callback pattern, I think. I think it's really the best way of doing things, at least for now. So it's gonna be a slice of functions from, it's just gonna be really simple. It's gonna be like an MBCC key to, maybe it should also take the batch that we're kind of editing. And it's going to return you back the rest of the MVCC key. Well, I guess actually, no, sorry, that's not quite right. I think what you want to do is just have both take slices. Because underneath the hood, this MVCC key business, it's really just a timestamp, which we can ignore, and a key, which we can't. And a key is just a byte slice. So I think it's really like, this needs to be taking a key, which is a byte slice. Sorry, wrong function that we're editing. It's going to take a byte and it's going to return you a byte. So it's like, this is the thing that it's encoding. This is like the rest of the buffer. And then you also sort of want to have, and probably an error. And you also need to give it like the thing that it's going to be writing into, which I don't know yet. So May Beta asks, what do you mean by columnar batch? Basically, the idea is that, here's from my whiteboard mini lecture earlier. If you see in this diagram that on the left, there's this thing that's like 1 comma pink and 2 comma green. You can imagine that those two things are rows in a SQL database. And in a row batch, you can imagine that these things are stored in that orientation. Like the first thing that you see is 1 comma pink. The second thing that you see is 2 comma green. But in a columnar batch, the first thing that you see is 1 comma 2, and the second thing that you see is pink comma green. And that representation is what we call columnar batch. And it's more efficient for processing in many cases. So that's what we're kind of doing. So I think it's the same for these value converters. This thing writes to something that we don't really know yet, and it returns to you the rest of the batch. Now, the only problem with this is that I think that unfortunately, I feel like you actually have to pass in an entire converter, like a big single function that does everything, because these slices aren't like a fixed pattern. You know, they might have, like some things can be null, and if they're null, they're missing. So it's not like always the same sequence of stuff that you're going to do. It's sort of like you have this one big mega key converter function that takes in this and returns this. And it doesn't even return a byte slice. It actually just returns nothing, just an error. And it writes all of its data into this batch that you pass into it, which is kind of actually insane. So it's not even a slice of bytes. It's just like this. And it's just like this. And I think that it's the responsibility of the person above to build a function that's very dynamic, that does all of this work each time. I think that's probably what we want to do. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I guess my explanation earned me a follow. I appreciate that. So, I mean, one quick question before we even get too far. The quick question is sort of like, can we even assemble such a dynamic function? Is that even a function that's really possible to assemble? And I think that that's where I would sort of want to start, because I think that this is sort of the meat of one of these problems. It's really quite tricky to assemble this function. We do something like this up in this C fetcher, which is that this thing is super complicated, unfortunately. And this complexity is essential because the state machine that decodes these keys and values is super complicated, because the key value format is complicated, right? It's like complexity that goes all the way down, and the code has to be complex to deal with the complex concepts, I guess. Is that function func return cfetcher.next? What if it is, dude? What if it is? It's not. Okay, so here's the problem, Brohanster. The problem is that, wait, is it? The problem is that it's like, it's kind of like, there's this iterator mismatch. There's this iterator mismatch that's super painful. Like, next KV. No, I think you might be right. I think what it really is like we have to put the C fetcher, make the C fetcher in charge of advancing the Pebble iterator. Yeah, exactly. Actually, that's super crazy. Super crazy. So how does that work right now? Where do we set this next KV? It's here. Oh yeah, there's this fetcher, right. So this is kind of like the critical thing. This is the critical thing. When we call this next KV, this is sort of what we want. We want to like, maybe what we really want to do is like replace this interface with something that looks like a fetcher. So like maybe we want to implement this interface on top of Pebble directly, and then we could sort of plug everything together. That'd actually be absolutely wild. That'd be absolutely wild. I'm getting excited. I'm getting very excited. Okay, let's see if we can implement this thing on top of Pebble. This thing is ignorable. Wait, what is this thing? MVCC decoding strategy, dude? I think I know what this is about. I think this is a recent change. I think Brohanster might have been responsible for this change himself. The B master. It's just take the timestamp or not. MECC as a technique seems like black magic. It seems like black magic until you, I don't know. I don't think it is. It's like one of those things where it's like, seems like black magic. And once you understand it, it's like, oh wait, that's what I thought was black magic. I don't know. There's gotta be a name for one of those concepts. It seems complicated until something clicks. I think it's a fancy name. I think that's model view controller, Christopher. It stands for multi-version concurrency control, which is a scary name for something that on the very bottom means every piece of data is stored with a timestamp. And every time that you change a piece of data, instead of changing the data on disk, you add a new copy of it with the newer timestamp. And then when you try to get the data, you pick a timestamp that you're reading at, and you try to find the thing that is greatest, but lower than the timestamp that you're reading at, if that makes sense. That's like the fundamentals. All right, so let's do this. Let's make it happen. Okay, grab this interface. Why don't we like actually extract this interface first of all? That would be a good thing to start with. And we can do it with the old, can we? Can't we do it with the old Golang refactor button or nah? Extract interface, baby. Next KV. We're gonna call this, we're just gonna call it, I mean, it really should be called KV Fetcher, unfortunately. It's sort of like this thing needs to be renamed and the interface should be called KV Fetcher, but what are you gonna do? Okay, forget the extract interface thing. It's sort of pointless. Let's put it down into here. And we're gonna say that
the data bank's too big.
Yo,
I have to narrow down the
woolly
search.
mammoth with a WULY. Thank you for that follow. MVCC decoding strategy, eh? Can I skip that somehow or nah? I guess I should just move it into a different package, probably. I'm just gonna copy this for now into the other package and we can clean it up later. So this thing, I guess, it's not gonna be a result, it's gonna be a scanner. It's gonna be a Pebble MVCC scanner. Was it not called Pebble MVC Scanner?
Everybody knows that relational databases don't
Yo,
scale
Lithium.
because they use joins.
Thank you so much for that gift sub to Brohanster.
Joins
Really appreciate that, man.
and write to disk.
And I'm sure Brohanster appreciates it too. Welcome back, Brohanster. Pebble MV. Bruh, why can I not? I don't understand this. Am I like on the drugs? Maybe it's just that like my ID is confused because there's like things that aren't closed. It's probably that. There we go. Storage cluster someday with Ceph magic. Ceph does seem really cool. It's not a dactyl, it's an iris. Okay, so how do we implement this, right? It's like, forget this call results thing. Let's just get rid of that because it seems irrelevant now. It's basically like, it's sort of like we need to swap this whole thing in, it's like the control is sort of inverted. It's almost as if like we could fake this by having this results thing be a channel, which I don't really want to do. Or maybe, wait. Is that right? Is that right? Like, what if we...
Computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks.
It's confusing. It's actually very confusing. Yo, by Max, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. How does this make any sense? It's basically like when we call this scan thing.
How are you going to do that? By guessing.
This is just not how we would invoke it anymore, unfortunately. It would be sort of different. It's kind of like scan needs to like... It's kind of like this interface is all backwards, and it's unfortunate. I think the easiest thing to do for now would be to do this channel thing, honestly. What is this? Reminded me of writing a file system from scratch in Rust. Oh my God, that sounds cool. I think I'm gonna do this channel thing. Should I? Is that disgusting? I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna swallow the disgustingness and just do this because otherwise I don't think that it'll be really practical to get this finished anytime soon. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make another thing. It's gonna be type channel results struct. It's gonna be a chan of what? It's gonna be, we need a new type, a key. Do we already have a type for this? We probably do, right? It's like a roach pb.keyValue. This thing has a key and a value. This is like more or less right. I don't know. It's like right enough. And this is gonna be our results chan. And that's like all we need, I think. And so to implement the interface on this, I think what we basically do is we grab this thing. I mean, look, you guys, this channel thing, it's not gonna last. It doesn't make any sense to keep it like this because it's gonna like probably kill all the performance gains that we want to get, but it's just a way to start. Sometimes you just have to start, in my opinion. And so when we put onto this thing, it's just gonna say results channel roach pb.keyValue key value roach pd dot what? Mods are popping off. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what this is about. Brohanser used add permitted term, very German. Is my like auto mod thing like terrible or something? Oh, this is not a roach PB. This is like some other kind of thing. That's irritating. Okay, so we're gonna use a different type. We'll have like type key value struct mbcc key, and then we'll just have value byte. Okay, so this is gonna be a chan of key value, not roach pb.keyValue. After all, very dope, very dope. Key value. And then I guess we want to have a finish. Is this thing actually even called? I'm confused. It's called from somewhere else. All right. Ooh, but it gives you back a slice of bytes. What is that for? It's because this whole API is like super backwards, kind of. Ooh, yeah. It's like when you want an iterator, but you are the iteratee. What do? You know, it's painful. It really hurts. It really hurts. It just feels all wrong. I think what we'll do here is just return empty, and then something at this layer will like do this swapping or something like that. What's up, Nero, SNM, and Viraj? We have the old editor command. People got to know about the editor command. Every time that you're in a programming channel, you guys, I invite you to type !editor, because I guarantee that like 90% of the people will have a little thing for that. Oh, sorry, did I say your name wrong? Nero's. Welcome. Yeah. You don't MD layer? So do people ask you about your editor, or do people just sort of know what it is already? I feel like that's the #1 question I get. Like keyboard, because I have this obnoxious image of the keyboard, and then editor. I think what we'll do is actually this is going to give us back a batch or something like that. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge. We'll cross that bridge. Viraj, I basically you go to the settings and click on the buttons that are like turn off toolbars. You know, you got to just search around. You'll figure it out. I don't know how it's done. People recognize VS Code. Okay. I didn't know that JetBrains was like a rare editor. I don't think it is. Yeah, sorry, Viraj, was that a patronizing answer? I didn't mean to be patronizing. I think you'll figure it out though. Okay, so we put this thing into the channel. Finish is just going to return nil for now. Finish, I mean, it's like, on the other hand, yeah, whatever. We'll just say finish for now is unimplemented, but in the end, we'll want to export the bytes from the CFetcher's column representation. All right, so for put, we put it onto this channel. For finish, oh, we also probably want to close our channel, right? So close p.results. Okay. Did I see the proposal to change go to a register calling convention? Yes, I did. Somebody posted that. It seems really exciting. To be honest, I don't know. Is that really big performance improvement? I don't know. I don't actually know, but it seems sick. I know people complain about this. I just don't know why. 5 to 10%. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. I mean, 5 to 10%, nothing to mock, right? Nothing to mock. So to implement NextKV, what we do is we just say read off of the result channel, right? So we're gonna say KV is
Computers
equal
hooked
to...
into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Yo, thanks for the follow, Viraj. P.results. Ooh, but this needs a result, right? So maybe I need to give it a maybe this is the channel results that it's going to be looking at. I'm not sure. This is the wrong type of KV, huh? So we'll say if guys, how do I know if a channel is closed again? I'm so bad at this. I always forget. Is it nil? I don't think KV can be nil, right? You can't? Jesus. Right. Comma okay. Okay, so if not okay, we return false, roach pb.keyValue. New span, false? I don't know about that. That's sketchy. This scares me a bit, but we'll cross that bridge. yeah, sending on a closed channel panics, reading from this thing. Okay. So then we'll say ret kv dot value is equal to kv dot, we'll say roach pb dot value of kv dot value raw bytes. And here's the thing, like it seems like we're doing a lot of copies here, but the truth is that we're not. And that's sort of the brilliance of this whole thing. This Pebble scanner thing where it's gonna block. When it pushes into this channel, it's gonna block. And it won't have overwritten or had to do any copies of these keys and values at this point. So we'll be doing the keys and values copying up here in the CFetcher. And that's kind of the hope. That's the hope and the dream. We do the single copies up in CFetcher. Very good insight. Very good insight from Brahanster that we don't want to rewrite the CFetcher. We just want to use it if possible and try to implement the interface that it expects. I think that's very smart. And we'll say ret kv dot key is equal to roach pb dot key. And this has what? It's just, oh, it's just that. Okay. So we'll say kv dot key. Oh wait, we just want this, literally. So then we'll return true ret kv. So is okay? Yeah, okay is not like has more. It's like I have anything at all right now. False nil. And maybe there's errors to deal with, but I don't even know. I'm not going to think about that. I'm not going to think about that too much right now. So next KV implements the interface that the CFetcher expects for this scanner. This is all very sketchy, you guys. I don't know. It's not going to stay like this. It's just, that's the nice thing about Go, right? It's like, I just feel like you can just dump a bunch of code in any random file and then deal with the organization later. I feel like that's a good reason, good way for it to be productive for me. Overlays the variable names in the return. Yeah, it's sweet. It's also the same for when you call functions. It's pretty nice. Do the simplest thing first. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Mastercom? All right. So I think what we need to do is now make this Pebble results thing be an interface. Right? So maybe we can call it just, we'll say type results interface, and it's gonna have, I mean, this is where I should really use the extract interface just because it's easy, right? Extract interface, make it happen. We're gonna call it, we're gonna take all of these things, clear, put, finish. We're gonna call it results. I wish that it would default to putting it in the same package. Don't know why it doesn't. Package storage, file, Pebble, MVCC. Like why, this is dumb. Okay, I take it back, this refactor thing kind of sucks. Interface, okay, that's fine. That's because I wrote a little stub for it. Was that worth it? Like, could I have typed that whole thing the same speed that I did that? Probably. But what are you gonna do? You gotta use your tools, get practice, then you'll get faster and faster and faster. All right, so we've got our results interface. Then over here, this is gonna be a results and not a Pebble results. And this doesn't work, so we need to introduce a little method, right? So we're gonna give this a count int. Probably means that we need to keep track of all the things that we pushed. So we can say p.count++. Can I not have a member of the same? I think I can, right? Count int. Is this illegal? I guess it is. I guess I have to call this get count. Return count, and then same for my Pebble results. Get count, return count. Want a pointer receiver? Ooh, good point. Good point. You got me. You got me. 100%. I feel gotten. Yeah. We're going full pointers. Everybody else is pointers. We're going full pointers. I feel like it gets confusing to have a mix. All right. So then we got to say, replace p.results.count with p.results.getCount. Didn't work. Why? Dot. And that's because we forgot to change the interface. This is getCount. This is an int64. All right. Right? Good. We also need to get bytes. I do think that this is going to have performance issues because these interfaces are not like, they're not the fastest thing to use when you're doing super, super tight loop critical stuff, which this kind of is. So I'm a little nervous about it, but we can cross that bridge when we get there, and maybe generics will help us, or maybe execgen will help us if we really need to have this stuff happen. Super fast, super efficient. Get bytes, return p.bytes, channel results. Always just use pointer receivers. Yeah, that's a good call, dude. I should probably do that. Have enough copies of you in the world. Use some assembler now. Yikes. Okay, so for this, I guess I need to keep track of bytes too, right? What do we actually keep track of in the other thing? Like, when do we increment this thing? Len to add. Len to add is the KV len size plus... Huh. This is actually probably specific to like the way that whatever encoding that we end up using.
Data banks, data banks, data banks.
Yo, NickCon12, thank you for that follow. But I think what I'll do for now is just say, when we do our put into our channel results, we'll say p.bytes plus equals len key dot key plus len value. So just keep it simple. I guess there's probably some kind of header thing that we want, but I just don't know if it really matters yet. Okay. Okay, so next thing is that we need to figure out how to populate this results thing depending on some switch, right? I feel like that's the next big chunk of work. So when we have our results down here, who sets this up? This is set up nowhere because we used to just store a struct. So we have to add this to like init or something. Oh, and this is also broken, huh? .repr. Irritating. Irritating. Because what does this really mean? This is now getting a little bit like, well, I don't know what you really want. Get count, get bytes. Like, I don't actually know what those invocations want logically. So I guess I sort of have to read the code. MVCC get. If we have nothing in our buffer, leave. Is that the same as get count? I feel like the answer is yes. We'll know pretty shortly if we got it wrong. So I'm just gonna hope. Now here, this is a bit unfortunate. I don't know what to do about this one. Maybe what we can do for this one is just cast it to a Pebble results, because we're never gonna do MVCC get with this new format for now. We're just gonna do MVCC scan. I'll just do that for now. Who wants something super sketchy? Me. What's your problem? Redundant parent? Okay, went away. All right. Any other problems?
The data bank's too big. I have to
Yo,
narrow down
Code
the
Brewery.
search. How are you
Great
gonna do
name.
that?
Thanks for the follow.
By guessing.
Welcome to the Code Brewery. We're gonna brew up some hot code, baby. Code Brewery, you sound like you have your own Twitch coding channel. This file is huge. Holy crap. Wait, what file is this? This is like some other random file. Why am I in this file? I'm in this file because, oh, this is actually the thing that invokes the scanner. Interesting. Oh, and we get these in pools. Holy crap. Okay. I'm starting to kind of see what the deal is with this. And I think actually this is good because now that we can see that the endpoint sort of like, remember I was sort of struggling, like the iterator needs to be sort of inverted. And I think like the end of this sort of iterator chain is not very far away. So it should be reasonably practical to refactor it in kind of the way that we want. Hopefully. Okay, so in this init thing, this is probably where we want to say like p dot results is equal to Pebble results. I mean, I see that this is now going to be a little bit more inefficient than it was before, which is sad, but that's just what you get, you know? It's just what you get for using interfaces. Inefficiency. Probably you would want to pool this or something. I don't know. It's a little sad. But basically, okay. So basically, there's two places where we use this apparently. Probably one in get and one in scan, right? Here's our scan. Our get is somewhere else. And I think the key is that if we're invoked here by some option, the chain from this thing goes like way the heck up the stack, like all the way up into this like protobuf API thing that we're gonna have to change eventually. T engine. What is this? T engine iterator is an iterator that iterates an underlying engine in 2 iterators. Is this like for testing or something? What is this? Holy moly. Or is this for like merging iterators? I don't know. Okay, I'm getting distracted. But I'm actually very confused and slightly disturbed. Because why does this person need all of this information? I guess like in these cases, like you would just use the old implementation, presumably. Because I don't want to have to mess with whatever that stuff is doing. Like up here, there's 2 options. There's MVCC scan to KVs. There's MVCC scan non to KVs. And then we probably want to add a third one, right? We want to add one more right over here, which is like MVCC scan to call or something. And this is going to be kind of the top of our chain, or the beginning of the divergence from the perspective of, well, not really the beginning. It's like the middle. Actually, we might as well just sort of thread some of this stuff up right now, just while we're thinking about this. Like we already have this format. This is lucky. Like we already have a way of customizing which format we're asking for. So what we could do is add a new one. And we can do that right now. So this is in api.proto. 2595 comment is incorrect. Yeah, no, I know. Thanks for that, Lithium. I'll get to fixing that in a hot second. So we got your key values, we got your batch response, and then we got your call batch response. It's happening. Look at this. This is the beginning of a new era. So we're gonna say the columnar batch response format. To do Jordan, fill me in. All right. This is something that I did 2 years ago, so I'm familiar with it. Before we used to do something even worse, which is return each of these things in a slice of slices. Now it's just like we return one big slice at least. So there's fewer allocations, but this is going to be even better. So then I think in our actual scan response, what we need to do is figure out, I mean, I suppose we could just reuse this field. It's just a slice of byte slices, right? And the reason it's a slice of slices is that thing I was talking about earlier. Fewer copies if you sort of this like increasing size slice vector thing. So you have to do fewer copies when you resize your buffers. And I think we can reuse that idea. If set, each item in this repeated bytes field contains part of the result in batch format. The key value pairs are part of a buffer of var int prefix slices, alternating from key to value. Right, so this is going to be different for us. And we'll have to change this comment. Each entry in this field is complete. There are no key value pairs that are split across more than one entry. There are num keys total pairs across all entries is defined by the response header. Yeah, so I think what we'll just kind of piggyback on this guy. And then I think that's actually all we need to do, because there's already higher up things that set this, right? I mean, it's actually a lot closer than we think, you guys. It's really quite close. It's really so close. Like, this fetcher is a thing that's right below that C fetcher thing that we've been playing with. So if, like, this doesn't make any sense, but like the C fetcher would essentially poke at this thing to change it. Instead of saying batch response, it'll say call batch response. The thing is that we won't even need the C fetcher. That's what's so amazing about this whole thing. It's so actually cool. What we'll do is, in this call batch scan, which is normally the thing that lives on top of the C fetcher, this thing is going to pass this option, this like, please give me a batch format option. Then there will be no layer in between this sort of higher level SQL operator, which is like the base of all flows where you get data. There's no layer between that and the actual thing that MVCC scan returns, which is literally the dream. So I'm very excited about this. It's not as far away as it really seems. Okay, so let's get back down to business. So MVCC scan to calls is like MVCC scan. Thank you, Lithium, for pointing out that this comment was incorrect. But it returns, and it's still unclear, like, to me, what format exactly we're going to return. So I'm just going to stick another to do Jordan. Fill me out. Like, it's either we're going to return call data.batch or some other bytes representation, but I don't remember, or I can't quite see yet what we want. And then here, basically we just need to implement another copy of this. I think that's really what we want. So we'll do that. Is that right? Or do we want to customize this thing to be smarter? So what this thing does is what? It does some validation. We could probably pull this stuff out into a method, because we're definitely not going to mess with it. If the iterator has a specialized implementation, defer to that. What's that about, huh? What is this about? Specialized ops? Is that for this T engine business? It's probably for this T engine business. I'm gonna not think about that because it feels wrong. Out of curiosity, what is the commit that introduced this stuff? I don't know. Doesn't seem that relevant. Let's just ignore this for now. We make our scanner, and then we iterate it, right? That's what the scan thing is. You know, it's really like maybe we really want to invert this iterator right here. Maybe that's really what we want to do. It really feels so close to something where we could just invert the iterator in this very method. I think we're going to try it. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to make a fresh copy of this whole thing. I might regret this. I don't know. I might regret this. This thing needs to have a C fetcher or an interface to C fetcher. So we're going to pass that in as an argument. And basically it's that KV, what was it called? It's this interface that we like started to introduce and maybe canceled. Next KV, right? It's this interface. We need to implement this on top of this scanner. That is the key. So we're gonna say this, we're gonna make a new interface, type next KVer. I don't like that convention, but people tend to use it, so I'll just do it for now until we come up with a better name. Interface, and it's gonna have next KV, context, MVCC decode strategy, and it gives me back this stuff. I should just copy that in. What? I'm so bad at like this thing. There we go. Does this look better? Like, I don't know. Excuse me. Excuse me. Have you guys gotten coronavirus tests? I got my first coronavirus test yesterday from a outdoor testing center. Very efficient, very quick. I don't think I have coronavirus, but I wanna check. That's what a responsible citizen does, right? All right, so we got our interface. And I think what this new scanner will do over here, it's gonna take one of those guys, right? So KV fetch, what was it called? Fetch KVer. That sounds awful. Wait, does that make any sense? Hold on. Does that make any sense? Yeah, it does make some sense. It doesn't make sense. Sorry, this is like the wrong. It's like what we want is the interface of CFetcher, not this next KV. What we want is, we basically want like, now I'm so confused. Okay, let's think about this. Let's think about this logically. Let's think about this logically. What we're gonna have is a little loop that sits around invoking this MVCC iterator thing and calling. It's basically going to, maybe what we really want is something that implements put. I think what we're going to be doing is passing in something that has this next batch. And then we need to make a little adapter to make it possible to call. Okay, there's like two interfaces here, and that's, I feel, confusing. We really do need to implement this on top of the Pebble thing. I think that's kind of obvious. So when we run scan, I think we kind of need like another version of this scan thing that is iterative in a sense, right? So right now scan is just, it does in a loop until it's exhausted, right? And I think what we actually need is something slightly different. Is it just get? Like, what does this do? I guess I just don't really know. Like what scan does, it first it does a seek, and then it calls get in advance a lot, and then it does all this other stuff, right? Oh, but it's not that much other stuff. Get in advance. Yeah, okay, here's the problem. The problem is actually that like this get in advance thing, like when it says emit a tuple, that's really the thing that's confusing. The way that it quote unquote emits a tuple is that it calls put on something, right? Who calls add in advance? Get in advance. Like we can't use add in advance. It's too low level. We have to use these higher level APIs. What's up, parts POE? Thanks for that compliment. I appreciate that. You demand. You also demand. I don't think that we can be expected to understand how to use this add in advance. So I think we always have to be using get in advance. And down deep under add in advance, that's where the actual guts kind of happens. There's no way to like, what I really wish is that this thing, instead of like putting this into something, it would like return it, bubble it all the way up the stack. And that's kind of why I started thinking about this channel business. So it's not quite solved, unfortunately. It's a bit sad. Like, I don't really know why this thing has to be so complicated. It's obnoxious. Oh, you know, I think we can do this. I think what we can do. I think what we can maybe do is do a thing where we re-implement this scan thing, have our put function be another implementation that doesn't have a channel or anything, but it just doesn't do any copies. It just writes it to a temporary pointer buffer, and then we return and continue in a loop or something. I don't know. So let's try that out. So we'll call it p pebble MVCC scanner. No, but this method itself can't. This iter stuff has to happen at a higher level. That's kind of the weird key. That's kind of the weird key. This stuff is confusing, man. I'm not gonna lie. I find it confusing. But we've definitely got to expose iter. So basically, like what this iter stuff is about, it's like a fresh. It's like advancing the iterator in the very first place to where it should be. So I think what we need to do is in our new calls thing, MVCC scan to calls. This one. This is kind of where we want to put this reverse business. And we want to iterate our underlying iterator to the beginning of its thing, basically. What is this? This is this specialized crap. I don't know. That seems scary. I don't want to have to think about why that is happening. It very much scares me. I don't want to think about it. Basically here, like as soon as we call this, yeah, this is sort of the critical moment. This is the critical moment. Instead of calling scan, what we do is we call these lower level APIs on the scanner, I think. I don't know. Let's try that out. So what is P in this case? It's ops dot reverse. Yo, chronic quagga. What's up, dude? What a name. Chronic quagga. MVCC scanner. Iterseq reverse. Then we got our keys and our end keys. We got our end key. How do we get out of here in the case of something problematic? We say MVCC scan result, comma, scanner.error. I mean, I don't really like that this is so like, I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Let's just keep on going. Maybe what we need is a little method that's like scan to beginning or seek to beginning. Let's do that actually. So this is sort of this stanza. Let's just make a new method for that. So we'll say p pebble MVCC scanner seek to start of scan error, like so. This is good. This is going to be good because that way we can just reuse this thing. Delete this, return nil. All right. Then over here we get to reuse that method. So p.seek to start of scan. If error is equal to this, error is not equal to nil, return nil error. All right. Then we do this whole thing in our other thing, but in our new top level API, what we're going to say is just MVCC scanner dot seek to start a scan. Okay. Sometimes you put a plus instead of a equals, and that's always a bad thing. Okay, so we've seeked to the beginning of our scan. We don't know about this resume span business yet. And then this is sort of where we want to have a loop that we control and not the scanner itself. That's kind of the critical thing, right? And what's more is that it's not us that's controlling it, right? It's the fetcher somehow. That's where my mind is kind of getting boggled here. Yo, cyber hacker. Thanks for the follow, dude. Cyber hacker. By the way, you guys, we're at 905 followers. You know what's close to 905? 900. You know what's a little bit less close, but still pretty close? 1,000. The day that we get 1,000 followers is an exciting day. I like that. I like the idea of that. I think we should do something special. I thought for a while about having, you know, you got these channel points, right? And somebody suggested that I wear that horse mask in my background. I think I need to make a horse mask channel points reward. Or like some sort of other incentive. I don't know, like a 50 subscribers. I do a stream with a horse head on, because I don't think I'm ever going to get to 50 subscribers. But if I did, could be pretty fun to have a horse head on while programming. It would be pretty hard. Anyway, enough of that. Enough of that. Extracting statistics from internet people is not the most interesting conversational topic. All right. Hashtag goals, baby. Hashtag goals. I still owe Portuguese captain some new emotes. Got 2 more emotes to add, and I still don't have any clue what to put in them. Got to figure something out for that. Ultimately, we have this API that we need to somehow deal with, right? It's either going to return this or it's going to return like an arrow batch. Let's look at that arrow interface again. We have batch to arrow and we have arrow to batch. So once you get a batch to arrow, what you get is a slice of array.data. That doesn't really feel like enough. Like, where do we actually serialize this to true bytes, right? We've got a D, and then we have a serializer.serialize, and that actually gets written into a true byte slice. So maybe this is the format that we end up writing to in the end. I don't know. I don't know. We still need a way to like iterate this thing. That's the key. That is the absolute key. I don't know the right interface. Maybe we need to implement another thing in this package. That's a super simple interface that you can just keep poking. And then once you're finished, you can extract out the bytes, and that's totally opaque. Maybe that's what we really want, you know? I don't know. It's just like really boggling my mind for some reason. I think let's keep, okay, right. I had a train of thought that I was working on, and it was going good, which is that I need to have something that is this next KV. This is critical no matter what I do. And we were getting there, and then we got a little bit distracted. So once we have the seek to start of scan, we call it here. I think let's practice, see what this could look like. It's basically like, we want to say MVCC scanner dot next KV. And we want to implement this thing more or less. And what would that actually look like? I think it's basically the same. I think that this add an advance, or is it get an advance? Get an advance. I think this is basically what we want, right? And what this does is it calls my put. And my put is an interface, so I can swap that out. Yeah. This is going to be good. Okay. So we have this little loop for MVCC scanner.get in advance. Now here is a critical thing. Before, we don't do anything because we know that this get in advancing is actually stashing things into a big byte buffer. But here we're doing something very different. We actually want to be pushing the bytes here into the C fetcher. But the crazy thing is that the C fetcher needs to be the one to govern this movement. So what we really need is a new struct that calls this thing, extracts the bytes out of our custom like put thing, like our Pebble, our results struct, and returns it in the format that you expect as KV fetch. I think that's it's a lot of adapter crap, but it's like I think it's close. Yo, Kadobes! Waving hand, how you doing? Happy Friday. We're gonna make a struct. What file should the struct go into? It needs to go into this file, basically. Maybe it needs to go into this file. Maybe it needs to go into this file. And maybe it should be implemented on, I'm just gonna make a new struct. I don't know. Func, it's gonna be type MVCC scan adapter. MVCC scan fetch adapter. I don't know. It's very gross. It's absolutely foul. And so this is gonna actually implement that, this interface here. I feel like I'm like going back and forth, but I think I'm gradually approaching something that I understand a bit better. And this thing is gonna call, you know, essentially Pebble, you know, it's gotta have a scanner. It's gonna have scanner dot, oh yeah, I already did that over here, didn't I? Maybe it's like I just sort of want to rip this one out and replace it. Thing is that this is on the put object. You know, it's a little bit, it's all mangled. I think what we want to do is implement this on the scanner itself. Let's just try that. So if you have our MVCC scan, Pebble MVCC scanner, we call next KV on it. What actually happens is you say s dot get in advance. This is going to push into the little, you know, putter thing. And first of all, this returns a Boolean, right? So true if we have reason to believe iteration can continue. So the last time that you get, when you get a false, you still have like work to do to clean up some crap. So more, we'll say, we'll always do the work, but then we'll return. Is this more or like the current thing has anything? It's a brutal mess. It's a brutal mess. There's like this little off by one issue, right? I guess we'll have to keep a little bit more state. Pretty sad, TBH. This is making me feel like I should have a wrapper struct. When you have a function that has 3+ return values, I wish Go had a return ___ error. Oh yeah, absolutely. That would be so useful. I mean, like, I think that like supposed canonical way of dealing with this is to use the return parameter things, but like those are super deprecated. Nobody likes those, right? Because they're confusing and hard to use. But I mean, named return values, because then you can just say return, but like, yeah, it's very sketchy and easy to mess up. Why do they even add those? Do you know, MB Layer? Like, why does that stuff even exist? It's so disturbing. I would prefer like you could have named returns, but just as documentation. Yeah, exactly. Why do they even have them? Highly confusing. So we're gonna go back to having an adapter, I think. Yeah, I think it was a questionable decision. Maybe just like a mistake. Maybe just a little mistake that they did in the beginning. We're gonna keep this adapter. This adapter is gonna have a pointer to an MVCC scanner. And we're gonna say has more keys, bool. So when you ask for next KV, we're gonna say f.scanner. This needs to be a freaking pointer too. Okay, so f.scanner dot add an advance, get an advance. We can just say f dot has more keys is equal to. And then up here, I think we say if not f dot has more keys, return false, roach PB, this whole thing again, false, nil. Okay, so we get an advance. We know whether we have more keys or not. And then this is where we have to pull out our little baby, our little friendly baby known as the results. So we want to have a new method on this thing called like get last KV. It's J Phils. What up? How you doing? I like that. Hello, hello. AW's. Oh, Anthony Wright Code. He's my homie, kind of. He raided me once. It was dope. He made partner, dude. Absolutely out of control level of awesomeness. It's going good, dude. We wrapped up our React project. I really liked when I was doing React because you had a lot to help me with. It was really, I felt like I was learning a lot of knowledge directly from your brain pan. And now that that's over, it's a little sad. But it's going good. We're doing some exciting stuff, some performance stuff. Thinking about iterators, thinking about like what to do when you have an iterator that's sort of inside out and you need to swap the outside of it in a sense, like, you know? I feel like that happens a lot in this world. Get last KV we're gonna do. When we get to some Go, I'll get you. Yeah. Definitely send me that bat signal. That would be fun. And so here we're gonna return. I guess here we can just return a roachpb.key value. That seems fine. Okay, then we actually have to implement it. This we can just get rid of. We don't need this crap anymore. This we can get rid of. Forget this whole channel results thing. It was a bad idea from the get-go. We never wanted this. We always knew that it was broken. We do need a new kind of results struct, I think. Single results or something. And when you put into it, it's just literally gonna store the two things that you give it, right? So we're gonna implement this baby. When you put, you're gonna say s.key is equal to key, s.value is equal to value.
Data banks throughout the world.
Yo, DZ Lord, thanks for the follow, appreciate you. This of course needs to be pointer. This doesn't do anything, I don't think. Well, maybe it should say s dot. Maybe I should just clear it like this. I love this. This is always a dope way of clearing stuff out. Okay. Key, MECC key, value byte. Finish this. Again, I'm not sure about this. It doesn't really matter in the end, but like it'll matter for a little bit. Get count. Oh yeah, we need this whole thing again. Whoops, I deleted the code that we did for that. That's fine. Count bytes int64. So when we put, we gotta say s.count plus plus, s.bytes plus equals len key.key plus len value. Return s.count, return s.bytes, and then here, this is the key, return roachpb.key value. Key is gonna be our s.key. What's wrong with this? This needs to be casted to an int64. I promise we're getting somewhere. I know it feels like it's a bit circular, but I have it in my head at this point. I have a feeling I know where we're going. It was like I was like a lost, I don't know, a lost person in the woods. And now I feel like I found the power lines and I'm following the power lines back up to their source. Cannot convert expression of type MVCC key to type key. Is that because of this? No, what is going on with that? Key.key. Oh yeah, we did this exact same thing before. Okay, and the value is gonna be s.value. roachpb.value. Raw bytes. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. We are getting there. Okay, we got our last KV thing. We just have to implement this guy on the other one. I don't think it really matters. Like we can just have it panic because hopefully we'll never get there. Get last result. Wait. Results. Panic. Never should get here, I hope. Okay. 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 Our adapter. We call get last KV and then we do the sneaky thing, right? f.scanner.results. We can cast this thing to This is not efficient. We'll figure out a way to deal with this. You know what we should do? This guy should have an alias onto the results struct on the inside. So it'll have a results, single results, like so. It could even own the results, and then we could initialize the scanner with, well, yeah, let's do that. So it's gonna own the results. And it's gonna, when we initialize the scanner, we will, you know, pass in a pointer to this owned single results thing. Okay, so we'll say f.results dot get last kv. And then we can actually just return it. It's fantastic. So we can say return true, comma. We always return true down here. True, comma, this, comma. New span, still confused about that. We'll have to get there when we get there. And then nil. And then there we have our adapter. Truly magical. This decoding strategy, let's just ignore it for now. Totally fine. All right. Okay. Our adapter exists. Our adapter exists. And what we need to do next is what exactly?
Data banks, data banks, data banks.
All in winner, dude. I'm all in. I'm all in. I'm all in, I'm gonna win. It seems like we need to re-implement whatever this stuff is. I don't really know what this is about, but... Oh, this is about the so-called resume span, isn't it? Maybe fail on more recent. I mean, we need to do all this exact same stuff, unfortunately. So it's kind of like what we want to do is... It's kind of like what we want to do is up here in our new... Wait. We still don't have that spot that we need to have. We now need to implement the it's like almost the C fetcher adapter in this case, I guess. It's so confusing. It's really extremely confusing. The like levels that these iterators live at. It is quite a puzzle. Quite a puzzle. I think at this point what we need to do is define what this interface is going to look like, because it's going to be very important that we thread this thing in without actually having to have a handle on this actual type. That's kind of like the next big scary thing that I'm confused about. Where we will have all this data, I guess, is the old call batch scan. This is going to be the root of this new functionality, right? And so it's sort of like when we call this. It's kind of like we need to write an adapter for this now or something. I don't know. What up? What up, all in?
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
How are you gonna do that?
By guessing.
Moshiko777. Thank you for that follow. Okay. Okay. Who calls this, you know? It's like we got to find the top. We got to find where we're going to be like injecting this whole thing, right? Scan, this is this batch eval thing. Gets called by command scan. It's like, where are we going to inject all this SQL stuff? You know, that's like a really, 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 really important part of this equation. It's like so important. And yet I have no answer for it right now. It's like we have to embed in this scan request enough information now. Enough information for this piece of code to like instantiate the C fetcher. That is probably super terrifying. But you know, maybe it's just sort of inevitable in a way. It's gonna cause really terribly bad circular dependencies. Really bad circular dependencies. But it's, I just don't know exactly, like, yeah. So what this thing needs, by the way, you guys, is this needs these table descriptors, right? And these table descriptors are the way that we represent schema in the system. They have information about the columns, the types of the columns, the indexes on the columns. You know, they have everything about SQL schema. And the schema is very important to be understanding how to decode these keys, right? And that's where I started in the beginning. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to pass in this slice of functions, and the slice of functions are going to be these like really super tight, simple things. But realistically, like, I don't want to have to redo all that stuff because it's just so heinously complicated. This stuff, not this stuff, this stuff. The decoder is mad complicated. So yeah, because I was really, the thing is that I really was hoping to avoid having to pass all this table descriptor stuff in, you know, like that was kind of one of the goals. But the more I think about it, the more it's like, it just doesn't feel right to avoid doing that. Because you just need it, man. You just need it. You just need this stuff. I mean, I suppose like on the one hand, you kind of don't need to store this descriptor. Like you could just use it as an initialization step, and at least that would be slightly better, but not that much better. Like you kind of want to make this big descriptor thing that's quite scary. You want to like break it down into smaller interfaces. Yeah, because look, check this out. This thing, it only needs the ID. It doesn't need anything else on the descriptor. And on the index, oh, this interleave stuff. But it doesn't need much, you know? I mean, we could do better. We could do a lot better. Maybe we could avoid passing the whole descriptor in just a subset of stuff. And maybe we would really want to do that. You know, whatever. Let's just like sort of see what happens. I do think that we're going to have big problems though, right? Because doesn't the protobuf that defines the table descriptor import the protobuf that I was thinking about editing? And wouldn't that be a massive disaster? Let's just see about the dependency order here. So this is the important one. roachpb.proto. roachpb_api.proto. This thing imports MVCC stuff. And what does this big old SQL-based proto thing import, right? That's the question. API, or what is it called? What is that thing called? Structured.proto? This thing imports types. It imports privileges. It imports configs. But interestingly, it does not seem to import any KV stuff. So maybe it's fine. Seems shocking. Let's just try it. Okay, well, let's just see what happens. Does anything compile if we do this? So we're gonna say import SQL catalog desk pb structured.proto. This is like the most, everyone's gonna hate me. I see it now. Jordan, what are you doing? This is madness. Scan request. How is cfetcher initialized? Does it need a table descriptor and anything else? Or does it just need a table descriptor? Init. That's not right. It's like, where's the constructor? Where is the constructor? Needs this huge amount of crap. A mega amount of crap. It needs this. It needs this. This is what we want to extract. The table reader spec. I feel like if we had this, we would have everything. Let's try to import this. This is gonna like for sure fail, right? It's like gotta fail. I suppose we could always just pull this thing out and I don't know. Processors SQL. I mean, it's like maybe it'll work, you know, maybe it'll work. So this is gonna now take a fifth thing called scan info. And it's gonna be a table reader spec. Oh my God. This is a nightmare. This is breaking all the walls of abstraction. Getting me into big trouble. Why can't I import this exactly? Table reader spec. I guess it's called a SQL dot. I feel like there's something busted with my configuration here. This thing is called cockroach.sql.distsql_run. I think this is the name of the thing that we want to import, right? distsql_run dot. I don't understand how to import one of these things. Do we import? It's very extremely confusing. Okay, so these import paths are like the actual file paths. Okay, so I want to have SQL exec infra pb, SQL exec infra pb processors SQL.proto. Okay, that worked. Then down below here, we can have a SQL dot. No. What happens if I just say table reader spec equals 6? Does that work or not really? Oh, right, it's because I forgot that in protobuf land, you put the types first. Scan spec. This is now wrong. It's gonna be a SQL dot. The heck? SQL dot SQL run. Like, okay, the import path is that, but this is like a different import path, I think, right? Or is it? No, it's exactly the same. It's the like really the true file path in a sense. So SQL dot exec infra pb dot table reader spec. Why does this not work? Do I need to put the name of the file? This is just like poking around in the absolute dark. Dude, I don't get this. Oh, it's the name of the package? Is it this? Is it that? Is it this? Is this gonna work? Yes. Okay, dope. Now the question is, okay, that took forever. Let's see if it even will do make protobuf. I think it might be like, you are a terrible person. you have, okay. This is what I was afraid of. File recursively imports itself. API proto imports this thing imports this thing imports this. So the question is whether we can avoid this in any way, shape, or form. If not, we're gonna be kind of screwed. But maybe we'll be able to. Maybe like this, just this little baby spec here does not import anything from this data dot proto. What does this need? Like, what is this needed for exactly? Data dot proto, it has error, expression ordering. Ooh, big yikes though, big yikes. I do think that this stuff is gonna get used. Well, we tried. But wait, just hold on a minute. What does this actually use from that protobuf? It has a descriptor. It has a span. Could this be the problem? This has something called a roachpb.span. I think that's the issue right there. And this thing imports. No? Is that the problem or not? It's exec infra pb.data. So it's not this one. It's not this one. You know, maybe this is actually possible. Maybe it's possible. Table reader spec. Can we just figure out what exactly uses this data thing? Can we just figure that out first? This package is called... It's the same package. Oh, it's... This SQL run. Dude, the protobuf package thing is so confusing. It's so confusing. There's two layers of packaging. There's like the Go path packaging. So that's package SQL exec infra pb, like the file path. Then there's like this protobuf second packaging layer that is separate. And I guess that's the one that's important or something. It's like these imports, I don't know. It's extremely confusing and I don't like it at all. This thing imports this. Let's just again figure out what of this file is used by this file. There must be a more efficient way of finding this out, right? I mean, it's like really I just want to search through this exact message because this is the only one that we're going to end up using. And it doesn't actually seem like it points to any of those things. But the question is like, what does point to some of those things, right? It's not error. It's probably expression. It's probably expression, right? Because this post-process spec uses it. You know, so actually, I think that this might be a possibility. It might be possible. If we make a new proto file, we're going to call it new file called table. We'll just call it scan. We'll just call it scan. Table reader.proto, we'll call it. All right. And from the other file, we will extract. Come on, little buddy. What you doing, little buddy? Little buddy IDE was not happy by the fact that there we go. Not happy by the fact that I added a new proto file. Unacceptable. Okay, so we're gonna copy this baby, stick it over here. We're gonna copy this thing because I think it's but scan visibility. Might need to move scan visibility into here. And then we might need to import scan visibility, which is still the correct sort of direction for this stuff. I think we just need to sort of copy all this stuff and hopefully we won't need all of it. I still think this is going to lead us to big problems, but we'll see. I think we're going to need to make a different Go package for this, unfortunately, but because I think even if the protos don't import each other, like the Go file that's generated will have to. And then here, I think hopefully we can get rid of this. without any complaints happening. And then over here, I think we need to change scan visibility. All right, see ya, bro, Honster. It got into a mess, didn't it? Big old mess. But we might be able to get out. I don't know. It's like a possibility that we'll be able to get out of the mess. We kind of want to move scan visibility into the same thing that scan locking strength lives in. Desk PB. Get rid of this. Desk PB dot. SQL base dot. What's up, Julio EVR? I think the project right now is more like getting out of a terrible dependency hell mess to see if it's even possible to get out of this dependency hell mess. Yes or no? It's unclear to me. It's very tangled. Trying to detangle it, you know? You've been there. We've all been there.
Databanks.
Kosakui. Thanks for that follow. Okay, so what's the first error here? I've like screwed everything up. Okay, API.proto file recursively imports itself. API imports processor's SQL. Okay, well, it should stop doing that now, right? I thought we fixed that. This is no longer imported from that. It's actually imported from our new file, which is called table reader. Now let's try it again. Okay. Still some issues. API imports, table reader imports, processor's base. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This could be bad. Could be impossible. Could be impossible. Processor's base. Why do we need to import that? Why do we need to import this? What does this have? It has table reader span. Oh my god, this is just an absolute freaking nightmare, dude. An absolute nightmare. This needs data.proto y. Because it has spans. Ooh, that is not good. Not good. I suppose we could just redefine this, right? Like there's no reason that it has to be the very same one. And I think that might be the only thing stopping us here, right? Like what? Exec in for data. Exec in for data. Oh, this imports all sorts of stuff. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know. I'm getting demoralized by this approach. As one of my mentors said, says Kosaki, if you have a dependency cycle, just add a middle layer. But on the other hand, he was a Java developer, so for him, every problem could be solved by adding another abstraction layer. No, I think your mentor has a good point. There's definitely another layer that we need. The question is, what is the layer? It's not obvious to me right now what the layer is. And the layers that we're looking at are very fat, unfortunately. So you know, adding different layers to them is a bit tricky. Piecing them apart is a bit tricky. So I'm just trying to think about what the right way it even is, you know? It's kind of blowing my mind a little bit. Ellen Bay. Perhaps I should watch a tutorial to figure this one out. Interesting idea there, Ellen Bay. I wonder what you mean by that. What kind of tutorial do you think I could use to help me in this situation? I'm very curious. I think I'm kind of past the situation in which tutorials might help here, but I could be wrong. Maybe there's a tutorial about how to Golang one-on-one. Oof. Dude, I can't tell if you're trolling me. I can't tell if you're trolling me right now. Are you trolling me? Are we having a troll battle where you think that I need a Golang 101 tutorial? You're trolling? Okay, that's okay. Ellen Bay, I forgive you. Your troll was a bit transparent, but I forgive you. You tried your best.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Ayo Mel needs that tutorial. There's some really good ones out there. There's some really good ones. I think I would recommend to use the one that's called A Tour of Go. I think it's a great tutorial. Ayo Mel. I would check that baby out. Yeah. So it's a bit tricky though. It's a bit tricky. I think that at the very minimum, we would have to fix this one problem right here. Table reader span imports roachpb span, and roachpb span is in the same package that we're trying to kind of go the other direction. This is the thing that has the scan request, or so I thought anyway. API.proto, that thing lives in roachpb, so it's the same thing. At the very least, we would have to fix that. And that might be, I mean, what if that was the only thing that we had to fix somehow though? Right? Unless this guy has a whole bunch of crap that we would need that's in the wrong package. I don't think it does, but it might, and it's really hard to say. I really wish that we had like some way to recursively traverse all the dependencies and find them, you know? Yo, Nero, thanks. Thanks for coming back. Yeah, we got a circular dependency. I mean, we have like, it's a very obvious conceptual one that I'm like, ugh, I should have thought of this ahead of time. Yeah, because here's the thing. This big boy, table descriptor, like I was saying, right? This is the fundamental object that holds schema information in this database. And this fundamental object, it needs this thing. Oh, but you know what's very interesting is that this thing is not actually, we're not importing roachpb here. We're explicitly not. We're doing a little weird hack with a cast type. I wonder why that would be. Protobuf. Baby steps in drawing. Yeah, I agree, dude. I agree. These problems are super hard to solve on stream. Yeah, I agree. I think it would be easier to do the deep thinking, the drawing, the reasoning off stream. But you know, we're just because I was really hoping that we could just hack something in, and I'm still like hopeful against hope that we actually might. It's just this thing is like wildly massive, right? Like this protobuf is like the biggest, fattest bad boy of all time, and hoping that it cannot import roachpb stuff, I think, is extremely unwise. Okay, I have an idea, you guys. What about this crazy idea? What if inside of this request object, instead of check this out. Instead of actually trying to import the protobuf definition of this thing that I'm talking about right here, what if we were to instead serialize this thing as a generic field and have code on the other end hook into stuff and have that hook be populated by a higher level, and the higher level be the one that resolves the dependency chain problems. I think that actually might work, and I think we do this somewhere else. So maybe I can copy that approach. So where did that happen again? That was in metrics, proto buffs, man. Not this one. What the heck was that file called? I was looking at it recently on stream. Data.proto. That's because all these files have like terrible names. Data. A generic field. Go doesn't have generics yet. Kappa. That is a kappa. It might be hard for the streamer, but I find it nice as a viewer to see how other people are dealing with difficult issues. Yeah, dude. That's the dream, right? That's the dream. What's the word? There's a word for a movie where it's just like a day in the life. That's how I feel like the appeal of Twitch is. It's like a day in the life of, you know, professional X or gamer Y, chatter Z. It's that cinema verite. You guys know about cinema verite? I think that's what Twitch is all about. My dad was telling me about that the other day. He was like, so is Twitch kind of like cinema verite? And I was like, yes, Dad, I believe it is. And now I have that in my vocabulary. Anyway, so, sorry. Stay on target. Stay on target. What is that thing that I was looking for again? Bytes, red. These metrics, right? Where? Trace data. Okay, what is this? This is called a recording span. Inside of this we have... You see this, baby? The google.protobuf.any, the most powerful of all protobuf types. It can represent any type. Oh yes. Oh yes. We're gonna do it. We're using the power of google.protobuf.any. And we're gonna make it happen. Okay, so this is gonna be an any of our scan spec. So we're gonna say that this any type field is a serialized, Java has entered the chat, baby, exactly. Is a serialized table reader spec that can be used to initialize a columnar scan for MVCC. We use this generic type to resolve some painful circular dependency issues. Monomorphization, hell yeah, dude. 1000%, hell yeah. Okay, so let's undo some of these changes that we made to these protobufs. This wasn't working out. Just undo this crap. Oh my God, you guys, I had the coolest realization the other day. If you use this IDE that I'm using right now, there's a really neat feature, which I used to use all the time and still do use all the time, called roll back a change to the current like file that you're in. So for example, I just added all this text fields, right? And you can see on the left that there's this yellow sidebar thing. Yellow means new. I guess it's supposed to be green. And if it's over here, if it's blue, that means I edited it, right? So check this out. If I wanted to roll back one of these changes, what you can do is you can click and then click this little button, you know, so I was doing a lot of clicking and I wasn't really thinking about it, but so if you're used to Vim key bindings, you might remember, does anybody know what capital U does in Vim? This is something that I never use, but I realized like, wait a minute, what is capital U? I don't use it. Maybe I should rebind it to something else. What I rebound it to is just roll back the current lines according to Git history. So if I hit capital U over here on this green text, it's just gonna get rid of it. Well, bam. And if I hit it on this blue text, it's gonna roll it back to what Git has. I think this is super dope, but then I can use normal U to like roll back the rollbacks in a sense. This is like super powerful. It's really next level stuff. Bindings for that, I don't have my idea vimrc uploaded to GitHub. I do have like my normal vimrc stuff, but it's not, I don't have the ID bindings. I should really add them. It's a good point. I'll try to remember to do that. Anyway, capital U, you should rebind it to something more useful. That's my suggestion. What it does in Vim, by the way, I looked it up. What it does is it rolls back all changes to the most recently edited line. So it's sort of like a partial undo if you've done a lot of things, or a macro undo if you've done a lot of little changes to one single line. I feel like it's just super confusing. The Git rollback thing is just, it's via you know, JetBrains. It's not something that I did myself. So you would need to use the JetBrains editor. I'm presumably like NVim or VS Code, they all have their own ways of rolling back chunks to what Git has. I just don't know what they are. I'm sure there's plugins for that though. Anyway, can get rid of this crap, you know. Let's go over here to the terminal and clean some stuff up. What the heck? Clean some stuff up a little bit. This thing's super unhappy because I just RM that thing. Regenerate our protobufs. I think we might need to undo. Okay, back to reality, guys. Back to reality. Import table reader proto. Oh, why do I still have that? Why do I still have that? Let's get rid of this. Try again. Okay. I need to import it. All right, that's fine by me. It's called the old Google protobuf any. Need a semicolon. I think we went kind of down a long rabbit hole, you guys. To the point of Kosakui. To the point of Kosakui, you got to see some pointless struggle. Could have avoided it had I been thinking, but I wasn't. But that just sometimes happens, you know. Sometimes you don't think. All right. So I now have something magical, which is called this any field. And I think what we want to do next is basically when we receive this value, which is in the API definition file. Thinking is for nerds. Yeah, 1000% agree on that one. In our, where the heck is this thing again? This is a constant occurrence for me, is that I'm lost in this giant code base. Happens to me constantly. How can we find it? If we search for MVCC scan. We can jump up this chain. Command scan, here, this is the one. Just push buttons. So I think basically this is the like API endpoint that we need to be munging. And it's deep inside of this thing. So I think what we really need somehow is to inject some function pointer into this thing at init time. Is basically what I think we should do. And have that be the thing that we end up invoking. We do that in a couple of other places. I don't know. I mean, it's very janky, but it's basically like, right. So we have this scan request, right? And now inside of this scan request, we have like a weird field, which needs to be specially deserialized. This types.anything. And we need to learn how to deserialize it, right? So how do we do that in the other the other place again? This is an essential part of figuring out what to do here, right? Serialization in Go. I mean, I don't think it's that painful, Nero. I don't know. I think the protobuf stuff it's like pretty good. When you try to get crazy, it does get kind of crazy. That I would agree with. So it's this guy, right? Recorded span. Recorded span. When you use CRD and Rust, it's painful by comparison. I bet you're right. I've never used that package. Everybody talks about how cool it is, though. Okay, so who uses stats and how do they deal with it? Here's our Marshall any. So Marshall any takes the protocol buffer and encodes it into an any. Okay, and then how do I get it back out on the other end? What? Is this claiming that we never get it back on the other end? That would be pretty shocking. Oh, here it is. Types.unmarshall any. And you pass in something called the dynamic any, and then a dynamic any can be casted.
Data banks.
Dude, I don't know. CRD's black magic? I could see that. Yo, I1E. Thanks for the follow. So up in here, right, it's going to be sort of like case roach pb dot call batch response, which is our new format. We're going to deserialize this crazy thing from our request rec. What is it called here? Args. Args dot scanspec. And this takes in a dynamic any. Right, this is our, okay. If error is not equal to nil, we're gonna just get out of here. We bounce, we leave. And then I think the idea is that you can cast this thing, right? Is that how this works? You take the message out and then you cast the message. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. So our DA, I think what we want to do is really pass our DA down into here, right? So we would basically go like this. This is our new format. Now this thing, again, we're confused about what it's going to return, right? This is, we still don't quite know. I mean, we know it has to return this format. The question is like, what's inside of here? What's inside of KV data? That's still the question that we don't really know the answer to. But we know we're going to return that data type, so it's like sort of okay. And then what we say is reply dot batch responses, which again is this slice of bytes, I think, is equal to scanres dot. I mean, again, this is, I don't know really if this is going to be right, but it's all right. We set our num keys, we set our num bytes, we set our resume span, which we still have to deal with. Is protobuf complicated? I guess it kind of is. Like, it's very dynamic in a sense, but on the other sense, like, what's cool about protobuf is that it's very non-dynamic, because the way it works is code generation, right? You define these structs, and then there's a compiler that turns your protobuf structs into deserialization code that's completely static. So in a sense, like, you could have a protobuf package that generates Rust CRD implementations. Like, I sort of think that that's what presumably would have to go on inside of Rust to make a CRD that does protobuf, right? Again, I don't really know how CRD works, but yeah. Collect intent rows. Do I need to deal with this? It's only if, I don't know about this stuff. Might kind of ignore that stuff. I think it exists as a non-CRD crate. You can just use proc macros in Rust to code gen whatever you need. Yeah, that makes sense. It makes some sense for sure. So I think the key thing that we need to pass in here though is our dynamic any. Maybe it's we just want to pass in our dynamic any message or something. I don't know. Is that cleaner? It's unclear. But let's pass that in. So we'll pass in our da.message. And so this message is really going to be our table reader spec. We make this iterator. We call MBCC scan to bytes. And then somewhere we've got to do this crazy thing where we flip around all of this stuff. We have a special hook back up into SQL land. We pass in this special table reader spec hook thing, and then we get out a cfetcher. That's kind of the magic that we need to do, you know? And I'm not sure what level it should live on. Should it be in this level, package storage? I think the answer is yes. So let's make a little stub thing. It's gonna be like func get me a cfetcher. It's gonna take a proto.message, which little do we know here, but we really know elsewhere that it's this special table reader spec thing. And it's gonna return to me, again, some unknown interface, which we can say is like type interface. It's like cfetcher wrapper. I don't know what this is gonna be doing. Oops, that's mismatched. I don't know what this is gonna look like, but this is what it's gonna return. Cfetcher wrapper. This is, I guess, a var. And then somebody else is gonna fill this thing in at init time. Maybe it needs to return an error. It should probably just panic if it can't do this. What's wrong with this? It's more like this, right? Okay. Okay, so basically when I initialize SQL, then I'm gonna reach into storage, and this needs to be exported, I guess, right? I'm gonna reach into this thing and edit the function pointer. Totally legit, right? So the next question is kind of, what is this interface gonna look like? We've been looking at this over and over. We've got to figure out what the interface looks like. And the kind of crazy thing is that this cfetcher thing, it returns to me things in chunks. And the chunks may or may not be big enough to fill up the entire requested size of the thing that somebody asked for. You know, somebody might have been like, give me 10 megabytes worth of stuff, and I'm gonna only give them back, you know, 1 megabyte unless I'm careful. So that's confusing, and I don't know if it really matters. Like, maybe for now, I should just give them back one batch. And if I were to just give them back one batch, this interface would basically look like, you know, next batch. It's gonna take nothing and it's gonna give me back. This is still unknown to me. Maybe it's just a slice of bytes. Is it just a slice of bytes and we need to do the conversion from call data.batch? Maybe we just don't want to have call data.batch, which is the, like, you know, in-memory columnar format that we really like. Maybe we just want to say, forget that. We're just going to serialize directly to these arrow serialized bytes and somebody else can deserialize them. It's like a little bit inefficient. You know, it makes me sad, but it's still a lot less inefficient than what we have today. It's like getting rid of a whole other layer of inefficiency, I think. So maybe it'll be byte and error, something like that.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Simbra, thanks for the follow. Simbra. Okay, so back diving into this guy. I guess we'll need to pass this thing as a parameter, of course. So let's do that. table reader spec. And this thing now, this is the critical moment. The critical moment, right? This is where we started stubbing stuff out because we were like, we need higher level ideas. And I think really what the idea is that we need to say, we've got to set our, we've got our MVCC scanner. And then here's the special thing. Here's the special thing is we're going to say, we need to make that adapter, right? We had that adapter up earlier and we have to create one. Where's that adapter at? Is that in here? Where's that adapter at? I guess it's in that other file, Pebble MVCC scanner. Where's my adapter? Here it is. The MVCC scan fetch adapter. So we've got to make one of these puppies. And we can just stack allocate it, I think. So back up in this function, we're going to stack allocate our new little baby, our MVCC scan fetch adapter. We're going to set our scanner to be this MVCC scanner, like so. We're going to set our results buffer. We don't need to do that. We're done. That's all we needed to do here. And then what we need to do is we need to say MVCC scanner. We've got to link it back in. It's like a little circular and a little gross, but I think it's fine. We got to say this. No, sorry, adapter.results. This needs to be the pointer. Address of. All right. So I think just like that, we're in a really good position to do something crazy, which is now that we've got this adapter, what we really want to do is initialize this CFetcher with the adapter as the thing that it uses to call KB fetch. Oh my God, it's getting close. It's really wild. It's really out of control. The level of interfaces that we need to introduce is kind of wild, but I think we're getting really close. We do our seek to start of scan. Then what we need to do is call that function that we just introduced, which is get me a CFetcher. And this thing, I guess it needs to take one other argument, which is not just this, it also needs to have the like fetch adapter thing. This is gonna be I still don't quite know the type of this. It's like fetch. I mean, I made this fetch KV thing. This file is like too big. I need to kind of want to make another file for this code that I'm writing because it's just like freaking out. I don't know why this file is so big. It's not my fault, but I don't like it. I'll just make another quick file. We'll call it call mvcc.go. Okay, this is going to be a little bit better. Little bit better. Can take all this stuff. Take all this stuff, dump it into here. What is this? This we need to leave alone. This guy we get to dump into the new file as well. All right. All right. Get rid of this. And then back in, I think we can hopefully close this file. Don't like how big and fat it is. Why does it have, maybe we can just close that down.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
P4RI. Thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate that. Right. I think the last thing that we were missing is this fetch. I think even this stuff can go into the new file. You can kind of move most of this stuff into this new file. It's just not necessary to be polluting this old stuff. Right, and here's this, yeah. Next KVR, this was the name of the thing that we were missing. Okay. Okay, super close. Okay, so we changed this adapter to be called a next KVR. P4RI, you want to learn Golang. Do I recommend any specific resources? Yes, I recommend the Tour of Go. It sounds basic because it's right on the Golang website, but it's a very good resource, and I suggest that you check it out. I think it's excellent. GoPL.io, that's a new one for me. I don't know about that one. What's that one? GoPlio. Oh, it's this. Okay. It's just the book. Yeah, you should read this. I agree. Okay. Okay. Let's get down to business. Bam, 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 bam. You know, guys, you guys know that song, right? It's a great one. An absolute classic. Right, sorry. So we've got this adapter. What we need to do is get me a C. We got to implement this. This is the next thing. So let's implement this. This is the crazy thing. This is going to have to go into the other package. So all the way over here, we've got to implement. Why is this unhappy? Probably because I regenerated all those protos. It's probably not necessary that it's unhappy. Where is my... giant init function? Who calls that giant init function? That's kind of the question, right? That's the question. This is called by this. I think this is kind of like this big fatty thing is the thing that we need to re-implement basically. So let's put it here. And we're gonna need to add a bunch more parameters to this presumably. Okay, so it's kind of like oh God, allocators. I forgot about that. Might be fine. What's up, Currywurst? Cur1Wurst. It's almost as if we want this, you know? This is kind of what we want, not anything else. Like this interface rather, or I mean, it's like kind of a bad interface. It's got too many parameters, but like this is essentially the things that we need to pass in. Like maybe a few fewer, but maybe why don't we grab this and sort of winnow it down? So we'll call it, we don't need to have a C fetcher. Currywurst, yeah, I'm familiar with Currywurst. I'm familiar with Currywurst. Databanks. Thanks for the follow, dude. I guess I earned it. By knowing what Currywurst is, you have given me the favor of your follow. And for that, I'll never forget you. Currywurst! We initialize our C fetcher. This allocator, like, dude, I don't even know. Like, do we need... How does one initialize one of these things? I feel like you need to have memory accounting, right? Ooh, that's tricky, right? Can I just get a fake one? Can I just get a fake one? Maybe I can just get a fake one, right? Because I can't pass that in, there's no way. Allocator. This can take a context. That's allowable. We definitely have a context. The account, this is just, I don't know. We need to make like a fake one for now. Because there's just no, I mean, is there a way to have just a completely fake account? These accounts are, you know, we've messed with these on stream before. These are about the keeping track of how much memory we allocate. It's a very important part. And one of the big problems with the database is actually that the KV layer, which is the thing that I'm messing with, doesn't even have any memory monitoring. So of course we can't pass one in because we just don't have one at all. So I don't know quite what to do here. We'll just make a new monitor. Mon.new bytes monitor. Is that what it's called? Make new monitor. Blah. Mon.bytes monitor. No. Mon.memory resource. Can I pass nil for this? Can I pass nil for this? I just want defaults. I don't want to have to configure this whole thing every time. It's annoying. What is it? What do we do in tests? Needs cluster settings. Oh my God, it's out of control. It's really out of control, unfortunately. My God. Can I make an allocator without a memory account, or is that like an illegal quantity? Ugh. This is a big ugh, you guys. This is going to be the story of this project. It's like a big ugh because we're trying to resolve these really out of control dependency tangles. All right, whatever. We'll power through. The increment. What is the increment? I don't know. -1 maybe. Noteworthy is a megabyte. Cluster settings, dude. Like we don't have that, but maybe we can pass them in. I don't know. I don't know. So we got our monitor. This is very wrong. It's very wrong. It's very extremely wrong. I think that we need to probably, I mean, this thing has to have memory monitors at some point, right? How is New York at the moment? Has it been getting better in terms of COVID stuff? Yeah, it's been really, I mean, it's been pretty solid in terms of COVID stuff for a long time. Which has been nice. You know, we had this terrible spike in the beginning, worse in the country, but then it got down under control. Everybody wears masks. People are generally pretty sensible for the most part. I don't know. There's some like bars and stuff that are open that are sketchy, which you just don't go to. There's outdoor dining. I don't know. It's pretty nice. I think there's like there's some neighborhood that I think has like a little bit of a spike coming up again. So I'm nervous about that, but for the most part, it's like pretty chill. I got a COVID test the other day, actually, for the first time. They swabbed my nose, and it was fine. It's pretty easy, pretty quick, pretty easy. Are people just chilling and hiding inside? No, you'd be surprised. Like people do go out, but everybody wears masks. Everybody wears masks, and people try to social distance. It's weird. It's like definitely like the city is moved into this future where everybody just constantly wears masks and doesn't like touch each other, you know? But given that, like if only they had told us to do that in the beginning, I feel like it would have been awesome, because in the very beginning, I don't know if you remember, the CDC was like, don't wear masks, like save those for the healthcare workers. That was a huge mistake. They should have been like, make a mask out of cloth and always wear it outside no matter what. Just do it, right? Then I don't think it would have had such a bad spike. I think if they had done that from the very beginning, had a reasonably good response, you know, had some actual federal guidance.
The data bank's too
Who wants to
big.
get into politics on
I have to
stream?
narrow
Right?
down the
Probably
search.
not me.
How are you going to do that? By guessing.
But they messed up. They messed up really bad. Yo, Jose Luis, thanks for the follow. Yeah, in Asia, exactly. People have been wearing masks for so long. I think masks is good. I think it's the new thing, right? It's like, exactly. Well, because they had SARS and everything, right? They got used to that. I don't think that New York is going to stop wearing masks. I think it's going to be masks, masks, masks for years. I really do. It's just not that hard. It's like you put on the mask, you go outside. It's like, I don't know. I like it. You know, you don't have to get paranoid about catching a cold. It's like everybody stays a little healthier. I don't think it's so crazy. It's not that uncomfortable. I don't know. People are psycho in this world. They do it as a sign of respect, not to not infect other people. Yeah, for sure. I don't know what to do about this monitoring stuff. Can I import that package from here? Or is that a no-no? I feel like, okay, let's just pass in an account. We'll hopefully be able to import that from somewhere else. This doesn't make any sense because the lifetime's all wrong. So we'll pass in a memory account. And this factory thing, we can just make a new one, I think. Call data.standard column factory. What does this mean? Standard column factory. Not datum backed. Right. This whole business, right? Extended. Who gets to call this? This is called from up here. We might need to like hack around this as well. We very well might need to do that. Call builder. Well, we import this from this, don't we? Call builder. We import like everything from here. No? I feel like it shouldn't be that bad, right? Call. Oh, it's not call builder, it's this thing. It's this thing. Oh my god, and it needs one of these. Oh, that is really truly horrible. It's really truly horrible that it needs one of these. Maybe what we need to do is like sort of assume that if we get down here, it's sort of like it'll be a limited mode at first. We won't be able to use this sort of fancy columnar format thing unless we are guaranteed that we don't have to use any of the kind of non-built-in column types, which are the things that are required to make, or the things that you have that require using one of these guys. And to use one of these guys, you need all sorts of bullshit. Like this eval context thing is this giant pile of state that you definitely aren't going to have at the bottom of this stack. So I'm going to forget that. I'm going to make it use this standard column factory, which is the thing that only supports the built-in types. And at the top level, we won't call this fancy thing if we have any types that aren't supported by default. That's what we're going to do. That's the compromise. All right, so we've got our allocator. That took forever. Our codec. What is that about? What is that about? Who has a codec? And what does it mean? I vaguely know about this, but only vaguely. I think it's something that was introduced recently for multi-tenancy. It's so that people can have a totally separate key space depending on their tenant, basically. So how do we get one of these codecs exactly? It's from this thing called the flow context. We're not going to have one of those, are we? So we might need... I don't know what this is about at all, really. SQL codec. How do we initialize one of these things? System SQL codec versus to do. Oh, so you need to make one with the tenant ID. So I think what we need is a tenant ID in here. I think that that's not entirely crazy, right? Like, shouldn't we even have a tenant ID up in here? We very well might. We very well might. tenant ID. I think once you get down into the layer that we're at, you have to know which tenant you're touching, because I think there's some security concerns around that, so there's checks for it. So I think we've got to, in this file, command scan, there should be some notion of a tenant, right? CockroachDB header, does that have a tenant? Where's the tenant at? How do I tenant? Do I have to, maybe I have to kind of add it, and that's definitely a possibility. It's getting hot in here. I'm turning on the air conditioning. One sec. I mean, fundamentally, I think I just need to plumb in the tenant, right? Maybe I could just... That's not that bad. Like, why don't I just add it to the spec and we can set it? I feel like that's what we'll do. All right, so in my... It's not in here, is it? No. I just don't understand how it could not be in this request somewhere, you know? I feel like it's gotta be. C-scan. In this thing, right? I feel like it's got to be somewhere around here, or else nobody could ever validate it. How does this work exactly? How does it work? Is there a file called like tenant that I can look at or something? Tenant ID, right? This is relevant. So who touches this tenant ID exactly? Tons of people all over the place. But like, what about... See, this seems really relevant. What the heck is this crazy file? This is the replica. Okay. So if it... Tenant ID. Who sets this and who compares it, right? I don't know what I'm doing, you guys. I'm just like poking around at this crap and trying to figure out what's going on. Range info. This doesn't seem that relevant. Where? Unless we compare this. Like, I'm really just looking for, I know that when we have to validate somewhere. It's got to be the case that we validate that a request has the right tenant ID. We've got to do it. We've absolutely got to do it. Maybe it's in batch request. Could that be it? I know there's something called batch request, which sort of is a big bundle of API requests to this layer. So perhaps it's the case that this header, it has a replica target bytes. I think that this is actually very relevant because I think that no matter what, a replica descriptor should have a tenant ID. It doesn't. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. This is annoying. I'm quite annoyed. Dude, I don't get this. I don't get this. Okay, whatever. Well, let's just, we're gonna go to, we're just gonna add it. You know, this feels wrong, and I'm sure it's definitely wrong, but I think we can just add it for now. Right into our, you know, new type thing. This, why is this 10? Tenant ID. Where is that defined? Like replica. Yeah, I mean, here's another question. I don't actually even know what the like prototype of this tenant ID is supposed to be. If I search for tenant ID in package, and then I guess I have to, how do I tell RG to just search a certain file type? I always forget how to make this work. Is it dash F like this? No. What about like extension, suffix? Who knows, guys? Doesn't somebody know this? Come on, chat. Help me. How do I tell RG to only search? Oh, there it is. Only search files matching type. -T. RG-T proto tenant ID. Unrecognized file type? Please. Please. You're just getting into programming. That's why I'm watching you. Okay, that's very fair. Type add, type spec. Okay, maybe this will work. I don't know why I have to do this. It seems really ridiculous, but okay. RG type add proto star.proto t proto. I mean, like, what? It's really wild. Wild and wacky. Tenant ID package. Okay. Tenant ID, right? That's just what, this is what I just edited. It's just a uint64. All right, whatever. Tenant ID is the ID of the tenant for which this range contains data. So it's part of the range info. That's interesting. Do I have range info as part of my request? Because that could solve everything. That could certainly solve a lot, couldn't it? So batch request again. Batch request. Header. Does this have a range info? Does a replica descriptor have a range info? No. It just has a range ID. All right, well, too bad. Too bad. Then again, okay, one more thing to check before we do this. One more thing to check. So in my new API, I know that I have cargs.eval_context. Like, don't I have a range in here? Like, don't I? Don't I definitely have a range that I'm working on? Reader.cargs. Get range ID. Okay, so I have the ID, but how do I get the actual range info? I think we're close. So if I say desk, and then I say, wait, so a range descriptor is apparently not the same as, god damn it. This is driving me up the wall. Okay, so it's this state.proto thing. What the heck is this? Range info. It's reporting. Oh, it's just some random reporting information. Okay, so we don't have the damn tenant ID. We don't have the damn tenant ID at all. Who populates this though? Right? Range info. We're really going on a long tangent, I have to say, and it's not that fun. What? So confusing. Is it this one? Okay. Who sets this? It's the replica. Can I get the replica up in this area or not really? Am I like too far away from the replica to get it? Seems like maybe not. All right, I give up. I'm gonna plumb it in and somebody will tell me later what I'm doing wrong. Back to api.proto. In my types.any, I'm gonna have an int64 tenant ID. That's all it took. That's all it took. Whatever. And then down here we can say, right. So in our back to this file, which is the one that we were making this init thing in. This is where we can just ultimately say. Or was it this file? It was this file. This is where we can ultimately say we need to have our codec is equal to, we can pass in our tenant ID, right? That's the entire point of this whole business. So tenant ID int64 SQL dot new codec. What is it called? New codec. Keys dot make tenant prefix. What really boggles my mind is like, why is this thing okay, try not to get right. The whole point is that we are going too crazy here. Check valid, what does that do? So we're gonna make a tenant ID. So we'll say tenant ID is equal to make tenant ID. Do I not have this? Bruh. roachpb.make tenant ID. Tenant ID, and then I'm gonna pass this thing into codec is equal to keys dot make SQL codec. Okay, finally, that took absolutely far too long. And it's still a bit unhappy, right? It needs to be a uint64. All right. So we've got our codec. Step 2 down. Step 3 is the table descriptor, which we have via our kind of wild protobuf decoder thing. So this, instead of taking just a table descriptor, it's going to take a proto.any or whatever. What was it called? Our da.message. It's our proto.message. Proto.message. And then to get the actual table descriptor out of it, we're gonna say proto.d. No, I think we just cast it, right? We say desk.table descriptor kind of. Solid. Index IDX. Definitely not gonna have this. So that's gonna be, oh, well, that's actually gonna be part of the, oh, you know what it is? We're not even getting a table descriptor yet. We're actually getting this bigger thing, this scan table reader spec, right? Table reader spec. I wonder if I can even import that from here. I'm a little nervous that I cannot. but we'll see. Like, pretty sure we can't do this, but we can always pull this out into an exec in for PB. Okay, so our spec is this. Now we have a lot of information. So our spec, we have our spec.indexIDX. We have our spec.callIDX map, presumably. Maybe we don't have that quite. Who calls this guy? Call this something else. Who calls this thing? It's almost as if we want to be invoking this whole thing, to be honest. Dude, I don't know. This is out of hand. It's really out of hand. But the truth is that we will have this whole object. And what do we need flow context for? That's the only one that now I'm kind of scared of. We need to make an eval context. Oof. That is a major oof for sure. Which hopefully we can just avoid. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just avoid this somehow? But then I forgot, you know, it's like, honestly, besides that, maybe what we really want to be doing is just invoking this big fat thing. More or less. Like, we don't need all of it. What we really just need is the part that gets the C fetcher. Like, we need everything up to here. It's a big Can we, maybe we can like make a big enough flow context or something where it's like, I guess what we want to do is extract out part of this code into a new method and then invoke that. That's probably what it is, right? Like, we don't need this stuff. We just need this. So let's make a new method. I think maybe this will get us somewhere. So we'll say func new C fetcher, and it takes kind of most of this stuff. Maybe not the post process though. Hopefully not. Please tell me we don't. Oh, it's just to get the needed columns. This is tricky. I mean, okay, so basically what's going on here is that, like, there's this thing called a post-process spec, which is supposed to allow various, like, simple SQL operations, like projections, filters, and it's just kind of, I think it's just that, projections and filters. So projection is about, calling sort of scalar functions on data. So you could add a couple of numbers together, that's a projection. You could filter things, which is like removing rows that don't have a condition, a predicate. And you can also do sort of a simple projection, which is just like, only asking for a particular set of columns. And the question is like whether we want to thread all of that crap all the way down. And the answer is like sort of yes. Like we sort of want to thread the simple projections, but nothing else. So maybe like what I ought to do is kind of I don't know. I mean, the annoying thing is that we really have this bad problem of needing these really, really, really heavyweight objects in order to use this helper thing. And I don't like that at all. So I think what we need is sort of a simplified version that all it does is it gets this needed column information. So I think we're gonna have to take some of this code and redo the needed column calculation, but that's okay. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Let's just gonna grab all this stuff. We're gonna do this whole init. We'll grab down to here. We're gonna push this all into a new function. And then hopefully we can get rid of some of it at least. We need all of this. I don't want to have the flow context. I'm really hoping we can avoid that, but we'll see what happens. And this is gonna return same thing. So it'll return a C fetcher and an error. So limit hint, I don't think we need. Then down here we return the fetcher. Nil. Okay, so here's the thing though. We really want to avoid having to do quite a bit of this stuff. We don't want to have to do hydration of types. We really don't want that. I'm not sure if we can truly avoid it, but I think for now, what we'll do is just not do this work, and maybe at a higher level, we can avoid ever using this fast path if we have types that need to be resolved. So that's like custom types, user-defined types, is why this stuff is relevant. So if we delete that, and we delete this, then we don't need this stuff, which is really, really good. And we don't need the post-process spec. Well, we kind of do need this. Well, we don't need, we still have this flow context for some reason. For the codec, right. So it's sort of like what we want to do is pass in the node ID like this, and then refer to it directly. And we want to maybe pass in the needed column so then this code can be reused. So it's a fast int set, needed columns, fast int set. Yeah. Does this code even make sense to reuse? We sort of just want to reuse this stuff. Yeah, I don't think we do really want to reuse exactly this. I think what we want to do is just pull this stuff out, and I'll do that in a second. But the main thing is we need to re-implement this needed column calculation on a post-process spec that only has projections. We don't want to deal with any of this crap, and we can have something at a higher level make sure that that's the case. So we'll say if post.render expressions is not equal to nil, we'll return an assertion error. If post.filter is not equal to nil, maybe there's a post.hasFilter, filter.empty, return no. If post.limit, it's like all these conditions, right? If the limit's not equal to 0 or the offset is not equal to 0, return no. And then I think at this point, we're guaranteed that the only thing that we have is a projection, right? And then at that point, I think we can replicate this needed column calculation like so. If output calls is nil, it's basically this. It's just this little part right here. Okay. So we're getting there. We're getting there. So we'll say if post.output calls is not equal to nil, and len, I guess it's just that, right? Okay. I guess, I mean, it's sort of simpler. It's sort of like if not post.projection. This is the simplest case, and this is where we just add this whole range of thing. And what we need to do is make a fast inset. So our needed calls is equal to util.fastIntSet. Do I need to call make on it? Maybe. What is this? Oh, initialize with the given values. Can I just call make fast inset on post.output columns? No, that doesn't work. Okay, whatever. Well, let's keep this like this. We have our new, I think we can just say var needed calls util.fastIntSet actually. Okay, so if it's not a projection, we say needed calls dot add range 0 2, and then num internal columns is normally set how exactly? How is this thing set? This thing is set as the length of types. Okay, so it's to len of types. Okay, so we have this. We have our needed. Otherwise, what we do is we add all the explicit output columns. Okay, that, you know, all right, whatever. For IDX in range post dot output columns needed columns dot add int of IDX. Okay, so we've got that. We can get rid of this stuff. Pass in needed calls. Then we just need to get our codec, and then we'll be done with this little nightmare, which would be pretty cool. Maybe what we need to do here is pass in the codec. Codec keys.SQL codec. Codec. No? Is it a pointer type? It sure is. Okay. No, not this thing. This thing. Not this thing. I've got like 5 copies of this whole nightmare. Okay. So now that we've got this is the special interface. This is the interface that we should have been looking at the whole time. Oh, is it not the case though that... Oh, I thought that the post-process spec came as a part of the table reader spec. That's a little bit annoying. A little bit annoying. Not that badly annoying. Maybe what we should pass in then to our like any type thing is really like the bundle that contains both of those things. That might be the way to do it. And I think that's called a... processors.proto? It's called a processor spec. Guess I could pass that whole thing in, huh? I don't really want to though. I'll just, because the only thing that we really need in this thing is it's this, you know? So it's kind of like we just want, this stuff.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Yo, Drios123, thanks for that follow. Appreciate it. It's kind of like we just want this.
Data banks.
Right? Yo, Young Sachi, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Let's just set this right on our new API. So in our API.proto, we'll also have this thing. And we'll call it needed columns instead of output columns. I don't really remember what packed equals true means. but I guess we sort of do need another Boolean projection equals 7. All right. Okay, so then that being said, what we really want to pass in here is not the post-process spec, but we want the needed calls. We just want to pass in this whole fast inset thing. Util dot fast inset. No, we don't want the projection. We just want to always pass in this, I think. I think we just want to always pass in the list of all columns that we want. There's no, well, I guess the question is like in the case where we just want all of the things, is it inefficient to have to write those numbers down? It's just writing a list of numbers down. Okay, what we'll do is we'll just have this one. If this becomes nil, right, then we'll know. Ooh, is this not like a thing that's really nillable? If it's empty, does it make sense to have this have? The question is like, okay, does it make sense to ask for data with no columns? That would be sort of asking just for the number of rows. I guess that is a valid case. So we do need to support it. So we do sort of need this Boolean. Okay, let me just quickly undo this. Is it a projection, yes or no? We're gonna get a fast inset needed calls, and we're also gonna get a is projection Boolean.
Databanks.
Leaf E. Eric, thanks for the follow, dude. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We'll get rid of this, and we don't need the post-process spec. That's kind of the whole point of all this. We don't need the post-process spec anymore. So that's an improvement. Don't need this. Let's get rid of all of it. Goodbye, goodbye. Okay. And here's the only thing that we need to do is up top. We need to say if not projection, we need to say needed calls dot add range 0 len types. I guess sort of down here. There we go. Okay, so that's all set up. It took a long time. It took a long time. We need an allocator now. We need a node ID. Is that going to be hard to pick up? I really hope not. What is this for? Node NB, we hit this with a 0 node ID, but not okay with multi-tenancy. How is this at all important? It seems completely unimportant. Let's just get rid of that. It doesn't seem like we actually use it except for to check an error, so forget it. We don't need that crap. So we need the Kodak, we need the spec, we need the, okay, this is getting tight. This is getting really good. So now what we do is we take this interface and then we set it at init time. This is like the magic. So we say func init, we reach down into the storage package and we set its get me a C fetcher is equal to new C fetcher. And then this interface probably needs to be changed a little bit. Dude, this is out of control. Out of control, but it's gonna be so cool. It's gonna be so cool. It really will be. And this thing is going to be our next KVer. Okay. This is still not this is not working right still. Cannot use new C fetcher as type. That's probably because we don't properly implement this next KVer thing, right? Wait. Wait. this is the wrong interface. It's not a next KVR that we want. It's like a next, it's the cfetcher wrapper thing. Yes. So it's getting a little bit closer. There's just one last thing, which is we need to, again, finally nail down the correct interface that this thing needs to be returning. This thing, we can get rid of this complete garbage. We need to nail down what exact interface. You know what we really need is something that turns the call data.batch all the way back up into bytes, right? That's kind of like the fundamental thing. And we have that somewhere else. That's called the arrow batch converter, right? The arrow batch converter gives me back serializer. Serialize. It writes to an IO writer. Oof. It writes to an IO writer. It takes an array.data. Dude, I don't even know, man. I don't even know. I mean, I suppose I could just have this thing write to these bytes and have the bytes be the thing that we send back over the network. But it does feel like it's really limiting the gains. It feels like it's badly gonna limit the gains if we like take it out of this array data format. But I think we have to, it's inevitable. It's really quite inevitable, right? The whole point was that this serializer thing is supposed to be zero copy in the end, I thought. Like when you get this thing out of the network, you don't actually have to do any copies, right? This is the right thing. So if this is the right thing, then really the interface that we want is just something that gives us back a byte slice, right? Like when we run this serialized thing, what IO writer are we writing to? We're writing to a scratch buffer. And if that's the case, a byte.buffer. If that's the case, then I really think that this interface is just supposed to be something that gives me back. And I feel like this is right. In which case, the next step would really be to implement this big fat struct that calls cfetcher, threads the result through arrow batch converter, threads the results through the serializer. I feel like that's the answer. I think, okay, I don't think I can get to this. I feel like I'm running out of steam a little bit, and I want to write down where I got to at least so that I can pick up again when I start again. Because I feel like just making these things is really, but it's just, it does feel really close, doesn't it? Let's just quickly try. Let's quickly try. I mean, because it's really just, it's very simple in a way. So in my new cfetcher, maybe instead of returning this fetcher right there, what we'll do is we'll make a new arrow batch converter. So we'll say converter is equal to new arrow batch converter, which is in a different package, I guess. Why can't I implement or import this thing exactly? Call CRD. So we've got our converter, and then we need to get our serializer. Actually, this is not so bad. It's not so bad. I take it all back. I think we can get there. I think we can actually get there. We got our serializer. If error is not equal to nil, return nil error. And then we just need to like stack these things up. So like what this thing s.serialize, we write into a writer. So our writer is going to be this big buffer, I guess. Var buff bytes.buffer. So we write to this buff and we pass in this array data, which we don't have yet. The data is going to come from, oh right, it's not going to happen right now, right? We need to make a little struct that does this, but that's okay. We'll just quickly do that. So we'll say type C, what was the name of this interface that we made before? It's the C fetcher wrapper. It's basically like our C fetcher wrapper struct. And when you call, I guess this is the interface that we want to implement, right? That's the whole thing. This thing, C fetcher wrapper. So it's going to have a type next batch, gives me back a byte slice and an error. Whoops, what am I saying? Type? I'm saying func C fetcher wrapper. And it's going to be implemented like so. We say, first we say, this is going to be cool. This is going to be cool. We're putting it all together. So this thing is going to have a C fetcher inside of it. Fetcher, C fetcher. So we're going to say fetcher dot next. Can we not say that? C dot fetcher dot next batch. Needs a context. That's fine. We should give this other guy a context. So we're going to next batch with this. This is going to give us back a batch and an error. If error is not equal to nil, return nil error. Then we serialize this thing. So we say batch dot, no, sorry, not serialize. We convert first. So we have a converter arrow batch converter here, right? And we say converter dot batch to arrow batch, and this thing gives us back a data and error. Again, we propagate errors, and then finally we convert. Oh my god, this is actually not so bad. This is kind of cool. It's kind of cool. So we serialize using our serializer, which we need to plumb in now. Record batch serializer. Okay. This thing probably gives me back an error. It gives me a bunch of stuff. So let's. It gives me len data error, metadata len. What's that about? I don't know. I hope not to find out. We propagate errors. Get rid of this. Cannot assign uint64 to type. Oh. It gives me back data len. I feel like we don't care about these. I definitely don't care about them. So we grab the error, and then we have we're done, right? We've got our buffer, we've got our bytes, so then we could just say return buff dot bytes. No. Okay. So this is actually cool. And then up here, what we do is we say, we still create our converter and we create our serializer, but we don't call it, right? What we do is we say return C fetcher wrapper. I guess we can say, we can populate it up here. And then we say wrapper dot fetcher. And then here we say cfetcher, or we say wrapper dot converter. What's going on with this? Okay, so this thing needs to be a pointer type. And then here we say wrapper dot serializer. This also needs to be a pointer. And then we just return our wrapper. And then all of a sudden, I think the signatures are going to line up. I think, right? It's going to be a cfetcher wrapper. Need error propagation. It's still not quite right. Why? Why is this not quite right? Oh, it's because probably the no, I think this should be right. So I'm a little confused. So I can't do this. Why? What's up, random Kotka? Yeah, it's classic Golang boilerplate. Cannot use new cfetcher as type. This is like an eye chart. Spec, codec, comm, allocator. It must be that this it still doesn't quite implement the right interface here. But it seems to. Next batch, context returns byte slice error. What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, it's because it returns an error? Is that the problem? Does this not return it? No, it does. So let's just see. If I say var cfetcher, I mean, I know this is a circular dependency, but the Golang editor does not care. Cfetcher wrapper. This is perfectly happy. What's your approach to annotating errors with more context using format.errorf? I see you don't do it everywhere. Yeah, so normally like you don't want to do that unless you have a really good reason to annotate things. In this particular case, like, so a good example is like if you wanted to have, if you were parsing dates like deep inside of some code, and you know your API method that you exposed was something much more complicated, like parse CSV or something, and you called parse CSV, and if you just propagated the error out, parse CSV would be like, okay, invalid date, but you'd be like, what? That's like not that well connected to the thing that I'm doing. And so what you'd want to do, I think, is in your parse CSV method, since you know that you're going to be returning a user visible error that you kind of care about making nice, that's where you could do your errors.wrap. Failed to parse CSV, colon. Couldn't parse time, couldn't parse date. In this particular case, it doesn't matter because none of these APIs are like user facing. None of this stuff is like supposed to be consumed by really anybody. So I don't really think it matters too much. The other thing that's really nice, 029A, 0x29A, is that we use this library that annotates errors with their stacks. So at the very bottom, instead of just returning errors.new and then a string, we've got this nice thing that annotates many errors, most errors, with the whole stack, the whole call stack of where they were generated from. So that when you get one at the top level, you kind of know, like, oh my God, it's an internal error. It's something messed up. It's not user visible error. It's like an internal programmer error. It's got the whole stack, and you've got all of the context that you could possibly ever need to debug this thing. Like, if you can help it, having that error stack is super, super valuable. And we can help it in this particular case because this is all internal database code that we don't really need to expose as like a pleasant API to use for users, if that makes sense. That was kind of a long-winded answer, but. What package? So this is, I'm working on CockroachDB, which is an open source SQL distributed database. We often work on that in this stream. Okay, so the problem then is not the wrapper interface. It's kind of like these arguments, I guess, which is a little bit shocking to me. Oh, it's because this. Oh, this is the problem. Okay. Get me. The problem is that this spec, it can't be this. It's got to be the opaque one. So it's got to be proto.message, right? And then we say spec is equal to spec message. Spec is equal to spec message dot cast to table reader spec. Okay, this we probably want to check this. So this is a good example of if not okay, return nil. And then here's where we can say like, you know, errors dot new. What is it called? Whoops, I didn't write. If not okay. So we've got this thing, assertion failed f. This is the thing that I was telling you about. So if I call assertion failed f, expected a table reader spec, but found a if I do this assertion failed f thing, this is going to generate me this nice error message that has the whole stack of where it was invoked with. So this is very helpful. And this, oh, sorry, you were probably asking about the errors package, right? So we do, this is an open source package called errors CockroachDB, or CockroachDB errors. There's a whole blog post about it. I think somebody did a talk on it too, at GopherCon errors library. Could have sworn there was some, yeah, this guy, right? So I work with this guy Raphael. He made this library. It's quite nice. It lives here. This is gonna help you. I think that's what you were probably asking for, and I just got kind of confused. Right. Okay. Anyway. Still no good. That's because we didn't change the interface, right? What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, it's because, do I need to actually explicitly return the right type? Like if I said storage.cFetcher wrapper, would it work? Oh no. See, that's actually quite trouble because we can't really do this import, can we? Or maybe we can. Maybe it's a fine thing to do. I guess we have to because of this anyway. Okay, that's fine. All right, so that's that. We have this weird initialization loop taken care of. And then finally, down back in here, what we get to do is this magical thing where we initialize it somehow, right? That's where we get to say, get me a cFetcher, right? This thing gives me back a wrapper error is equal to if, we'll say if error is not equal to nil, return nil error. I guess this has to be MVCC scan result error. And then here's where we have to figure out all of these weird arguments. So we're gonna have the allocator, the codec. I'll just write these down and we can fill them out above. This one we have already. Is projection we need to get. And that one we have. I think we actually need to rebuild our protobufs. So let's do that real quick. Make protobuf. Guys, I'm gonna be right back. I just need to get a snack. That's the wrong thing. I wanted to do this one. Random Kotka says, any reason why we're using make versus Bazel? Basically history, we really want to switch to Bazel. It would really make a lot of things easier. We just haven't gotten around to it. Are you familiar? Do you have a preference? I love these mango slices. Do you guys already got these or taste you? Sorry, you probably don't want to listen to me chew, but you're gonna have to. Turn the music up. You haven't used Make for Go? The company you work at uses Bazel? Just wanted to know why somebody would choose. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think you would. I think Bazel's a more modern solution. I think I would prefer to choose it going forward. I think like there's a few obstacles. Like we have a bunch of dependencies that I'll use Make, and it's a bit challenging to like switch everything to use Bazel if you have a lot of things that aren't Bazel native. But we'll get there, I think. I wouldn't choose Make again. I would, if I had to start from scratch or I was able to, I would definitely switch to Bazel. Pick Bazel. All right, so back over here. Back over here, I think we need to pass in a few more arguments up in here. Everyone say hi to Becca. Becca wave. Becca's about to go to pottery. Becca does pottery. You're learning a lot about my life. But I think here we have a bunch of more things. We've got this arg.projection thing. We've got this args.needed columns. And I think we just need to pass both of these things in. So we can pass them in here, I suppose. There's no better place to put them than here. Grab these guys. And then I think we also want to thread them down through. So projection, comma, needed calls. Let's call these needed calls here too. Needed calls. All right. Okay. So down over here, now we can just pass that stuff in. You got your projection, I guess it's called, and then needed calls. We need to turn this into a fast int set, I guess, right? So we'll say int set is equal to, we'll say var fast int set. Then we'll say for C in range needed calls, fast int set dot add T, and we'll pass this thing into the get me a C fetcher, which we should really rename. Should probably rename that ASAP. Okay, so that's that. That's that. And then next up, I got this allocator, we got to get the codec, but then we're so close. We're actually so close right now to having something that will almost certainly just crash and burn, but it should be very exciting when we see that stuff crash and burn. So our allocator is gonna be, I think we already did this. So new allocator, we pass in our context. We pass in our, this whole thing. Didn't we find a way around this? Didn't we find a way around this or did we not? We didn't. Right, we were gonna do it right here. So memmon. So we gotta make these memory accounts. We don't have one that's plumbed in yet. We really should, but we don't yet. So we're just making an unlimited one for now. Using Go PLS LSP. No, this is Goland. So it's like the JetBrains IDE. I'm not sure if you used IntelliJ or anything like that, but that's why it's so fast. Because it's good. I mean, it's good shit. JetBrains is really good. I think LSP, I mean, yeah, it'll probably get there one day, but I just don't think it's there yet. At the moment, this thing is like just fantastic. And if you think this is smooth, by the way, you should see it off stream. Like the stream really hogs a lot of resources and it makes the IDE quite a bit slower, unfortunately. So I think we can pass nil for these things. Noteworthy, I don't know. And then the cluster settings, right? That's problematic. We probably don't have that here, even a little bit. Do we have to use this stuff? Like, does this stuff actually get used or no? Can I pass nil? Seems like not really, but I'll just pass nil for now. I don't think it matters unless we break something. So we'll just have to never break it. Okay, so we've got our memory monitor, then we gotta say memmon.start, CTX. Does this, I always forget how this thing works. Pool is nil, no upstream, allocations are possible. Okay, that's what we want. So we want nil, and we want, under reserve, do we want anything, dude? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Make standalone budget. Maybe that's what we want. Make standalone budget, max int 64. Okay, so we got that. Then we get to say memmon.make bound account. And we get to pass this thing in finally to the allocator. Okay, then for this we do standard column factory, whatever. So call, what is it called? Standard column factory. This is gonna be trouble. I think that there's a dependency issue here, unfortunately. There's a definite dependency issue here. So I think that what we can't do this, and what we have to do is pass in the account and not the allocator. But that's fine. That should be very straightforward to fix. So get rid of this. This thing now needs to be taking an account, bound account. And then over in our implementation, what we need to do is make this take, wait, what? Our implementation is in this file. This is like endlessly confusing, but it just has to be like this, unfortunately, because of these dependency problems. So this is gonna take ack mon.bound account. Okay, and then down here we need to say allocator is equal to new allocator ctx ack standard column factory. We don't have a context. Oh my God, that is not acceptable. Always have to have a context. You're not even programming Go. Okay, so that has fixed matters. We pass this thing in. We need to pass in the context. And then we just need our codec. We're so close, we're so close. Okay, so to do this, we do keys.new, keys.make SQL codec. roachpb.new tenant ID, make tenant ID, and then we pass in the damn it. One more thing to thread through. The context doesn't have the tenant ID, does it? That would be kind of sick. It probably doesn't. Anyway, that's an anti-pattern. So we'll pass in the tenant ID here. Okay, so close. We're gonna say args.tenantID. Oh my god, it's actually happening. It's actually happening. And I used an int64 instead of uint64. Okay, let's fix that real quick. Shouldn't really matter. But what do you know? It does. Oh my god. Did I do the wrong thing in my protobuf too? Okay, that's fine. API.proto. This is going to be a uint64. Okay, one more thing. One more thing. We regenerate the damn protobufs. Who's honking? Somebody's honking outside my door. Doesn't seem important. The honking is not important. I told you guys that I got this new these new rollers for my chair because like my chairs, Aeron chairs, ancient rollers were like falling apart. So I got these like rollerblade wheels. Somebody was like, you can buy rollerblade wheels for your chair. So I bought some, but now it's like way too slippery. So it's like if I just sit, my floor is a little tilted, so I like roll. It's messed up, dude. It's not a good situation in the slightest. Okay. This should have regenerated. We're so close now. We're actually super close. It's shocking. I'm a little scared because I think everything's gonna go to shit in like a hot second. Error is redeclared in this block. Var wrapper, C fetcher wrapper. What is going on? Oh, I see. What's up, Javjar? How's it going? Okay, so we've seeked to start scan and then, at long last. No, I think there's one more thing. We have to say adapter dot. Wait. Oh yeah, there's one more big plumbing job. I forgot about this unfortunate fact. Oh, I forgot the fact that, okay, so in the C fetcher, which is the whole top of the chain, I forgot that we actually have to plumb this thing all the way in here. This, such a pain in the butt. Such a pain in the butt. Such a pain in the butt, dude. What we have to do is make this an interface. It's not just any interface. What's up, Thomas Herman Sen? We're working on CockroachDB, a SQL database that's also distributed, written in Go. Oh, cool, man. How did you find the article, by the way? I'm just curious. I feel like it got a lot of play in the beginning, and then I'm not sure how people find it now. Okay. Yeah. Wait, did somebody resubmit it? No. It can't be. Doesn't sound right. Are you talking about like ancient history, Hacker News stuff? I don't know. Anyway, whatever. That's cool though. Glad you found it. So I think like basically this guy needs to become an interface. Oh, it popped up again today. Okay, that's cool. That's very cool. Cool, 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 cool. What we need here is to use this other interface that we made. Where is it? Where is it? It's called the next KVer, which is not quite right. And it also needs one more thing, I think, which is like span or something like that. Span, maybe? What is the thing that it returns? What is the thing that it returns? Span, right? Fetcher dot, yeah, this thing, right? This thing needs to be an interface method and not just an attribute access. What's up, Last Miles? Good day. Really excellent to see somebody. That's cool, man. Yeah, that's, do you program in Go? I think there's a lot of big Go projects out there. You got Kubernetes. You got Cockroach. I think Kelsey Hightower was just tweeting about that. Wasn't he? He was like, look at this amazing list of serious projects written in Go. Did I make that up? Did I make that up? Here we go. Check this out. You got your man Kelsey. The Go programming language is at the foundation of some amazing open source projects, just to name a few. Terraform, Docker, Kubernetes, etcd, Prometheus, CockroachDB, Nats, Vault, Caddy, Open Policy Agent, a lot of good stuff. Last Miles is a Twitch streamer as well. He wrote, oh, that's really cool, man. I didn't realize. I think I have a shout out command, right? Last Miles. Look at that. I'm gonna give you a follow. Oh, I think my thing is busted. It puts a period on the end. That's annoying. I need to fix that. But let me give you a follow. Oh, I think I've watched you before. I've definitely watched you before. Well, cool. Good to see you here, man. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you for stopping in. Right. So the problem is that this whole state machine thing is it's right now customized to be specific to this particular struct. This row.kvfetcher thing is a concrete struct. What we really need to do is make this an interface so that we can swap its implementation out for this one that we've been working on that uses the like underlying storage iterator so it can be faster. So I guess the question is, what package should that live in though, right? Because the whole problem with this whole issue is that trying to teach storage about SQL requires reaching all around in the wrong direction through this layers of abstraction, and it's a complete kind of nightmare in a sense. You are annoying and somewhat explicative in nature, but you get work done. Currently working on a Flex release. Oh, whew, dude, that's cool. So you're working on Flex. What do you think about, so we use this Goyak thing. We use Goyak. And I have to say that Goyak, there's all these modern parsers out there, you know, I'm sure you know about them. And I have to say that using Yak feels like we're doing something very wrong. We have this massive parser. You might be interested. So check this out. So this file, this is like this massive grammar that we have that implements all of SQL. And it uses Goyak, which I guess is more closer to Yak than it is Bison, but I don't really know. I don't really know the difference between Yak and Bison besides the fact that Bison is like a modern rewrite. I think that's what it is, right? But, you know, I feel very pinned down by this thing. I feel sad that we're stuck with this implementation. Trying to port this grammar to a different language would be extremely hard, just because how this thing is enormous. Like SQL is a really complicated language, even just to parse, and trying to move it to a different parser, it would just be really painful. But I wish we could. I really wish we could, and it would be such a cool project. If somebody was really motivated, really interested in parsers, I think this would be such a cool project to do on an open source project like Cockroach. But this thing is just massive. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Anything would be better if we can please move forward from Bison, Yak, and Flex. I completely agree. I completely agree with you. I mean, Do attempt to process that with a regex? Oh my God. You've seen that Stack Overflow thing, right? What is it called? It's called never, or like HTML regex parse Stack Overflow. Have you guys seen this answer? This is a classic. This is probably like the classicest Stack Overflow answer of all time. We all know it. Maybe some new people don't, Last Miles. There's a lot of people who stop by my stream who are pretty new at programming. They're like, I'm just trying to get into programming. Tell me about it. And I'm like, okay, well, just watch me. You know, maybe you'll learn some things. Maybe you won't. I don't know. Hopefully it'll be helpful. But for all the new people, this is such a good answer. You should read it. Last Miles is old. Last Miles is old. Well, that's okay. You're young at heart, right? Didn't Cloudflare or someone face a huge outage because someone deployed a very expensive regex? I did hear about that, Random Kotka. I did hear about that. There's like a, I think these regex engines are so powerful that if you're not careful, you can do some kind of like super pathological 2 to the n exponential backtracking thing or something like that. I think it has to do with kind of like a pathological case for backtracking. And the way it was set up was that some user input could lead to this behavior and it caused a big problem. Really good technical write-up, yeah. I probably can't do it justice, Captain Planets, but it's definitely a cool write-up.
Everybody knows that.
Hey, Last Miles, thank you so much for that subscription. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the data bank. You can use my one emote anywhere on Twitch, as you probably know. But thank you very much. I really appreciate that. So I think the first thing that we want to do is make an interface method for this span. That's what we want to do fundamentally. So we want to say kv fetcher get span. I guess it's sort of like get last span. And what is a span? A span is a roachpb.span. So we're gonna say get koans. That is a classic too, Random Kotka. That I've definitely read that one before. Get last span returns the most recent span that was processed by this fetcher. Something like that. I mean, I don't know. It's not exactly right. Okay, so we got that. And then what we got to do is we got to figure out where to put this damn interface. I mean, I think what we can really probably do is just stick it back where it was, right? Back into that. Because here's the thing about Go types, you guys. You know about this, right? In Go, if you have an interface type, it's a duck-typed language, which means that if you have a type on one package that implements the interface, the interface doesn't even have to, you don't even have to declare that at the time that you're making that object. As long as you implement the right methods such that it satisfies the interface, you can use that object as an interface anywhere in your program. And this is actually quite convenient in this case because we're having this big issue with circular dependencies. So I think that if we define this interface twice, essentially, that will solve us a lot of headaches. And I think that's what we're gonna do. Long and short of it, I think that's what we're gonna do. So basically in our low level package, way down here, I think that what we're gonna do is add that thing that we just wrote, this get last span thing, to this interface. First of all. Sorry, it's actually inside of here. Also, for the sake of being verbose, as well as expressive, and a bit of a fan of great code, I must say that anything created by Pike and Thompson has to be long-term brilliant. Sort of like Unix or Linux, or maybe Fortran in the year 2050. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I agree with you. Yeah, for sure, Random Kotka. I agree with you. The only weird thing in this case is that because of this circular dependency stuff that I've been sort of vaguely hinting about, we can't exactly do that because both packages really aren't allowed to know about each other in a sense. Like the SQL package, which is the thing that knows how to decode keys from bytes into SQL data, that thing is very SQL specific. And the storage layer, which is the thing that knows how to deserialize bytes from disk, that's like the very bottom of the database, you can imagine. The thing that pulls stuff from disk and turns it into byte slices. That stuff doesn't want to know about SQL. So they sort of don't either want to know about each other. And we try not to violate that too much. And so because of this, we've been doing this weird like hackery. It's sort of like dependency injection, if you're familiar with that concept. The idea is that when you construct these objects at the very beginning of your program, you pass in the dependencies up there, so that at the very bottom, you don't have to know too much about the details about what the other package that you're depending on are implemented as, if that makes sense. You're just dealing with interfaces. Go doesn't really have like a robust dependency injection framework like you might be familiar if you're coming from Java, but you can still do it. You just have to, figure it out, basically. That's like a classic Go thing. You can do stuff, you just have to sort of do it. There's no framework for you. You just kind of make it happen for yourself. That being said, I do think that we actually already have violated that, haven't we? Because up here, I think we did. Yeah, I think we kind of did this already, didn't we? Well, in that case, I guess what we could do is just use that interface that we just defined inside of the C fetcher. I don't love it. I mean, it's just gonna inject the most nasty, pernicious, disgusting interface of all time. I mean, the fact that this call fetcher thing, which is some random package in SQL, has to depend on the storage layer is like jank as hell. And what we really want to do is introduce another package that has this interface. That would probably be the way to do it. But since I'm just hacking this in for now, I'm not going to mess with it. Use a ton of juice in Java. Yeah, exactly. Have a question. Don't want to distract you. No worries, Last Miles. To be honest, we're just kind of wrapping up right now because I've been doing this for like 4 hours. I'm getting a little bit tired of this project and I need to kind of take a break. So I don't mind being distracted at all, and I appreciate your question. Done a ton of DB work in the finance industry where transaction timing and logging is a critical component. How do you handle tracking events in your DB with sub-microsecond precision, or can that be done? Tend to use MySQL and Oracle RAC for most projects, and both have excellent timing features. So that's a good question. I mean, essentially, I guess my answer would be that we rely heavily on the Go language's timer implementation, right? Like essentially, if I wanted to log an event, and we do this a lot, there's quite sophisticated tracing capabilities in Cockroach. Actually, hold on a sec. Let me just do you a quick little demo. I'll make a table. So this Cockroach demo thing is like an in-memory implementation of Cockroach, basically. Not an implementation, it doesn't have to write to disk, it's just ephemeral and quick. And I insert some data into the table, insert into A values 1. Maybe I'll put 2 into it as well. And then if I asked it to get a trace, so I can do this thing, I can say set auto trace is equal to on. What this does is it makes all statements use this distributed tracing framework that we have in place. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but the idea with distributed tracing is that it's kind of like a log, but events are propagated across a distributed system. So if you wanted to see the timings of all of these, parallel concurrent events that are happening all across on your cluster on different nodes, you can do it with distributed tracing. That's kind of what this does. And of course, in distributed tracing, you need these timestamps, which kind of gets at what you're talking about. Something like Jaeger, exactly. So Jaeger's like a front end for distributed tracing, I believe. It's a way to visualize distributed traces. I think, yeah. Anyway, so if I set this auto trace on, it means that everything that I do subsequently, it's gonna do this trace and it's gonna dump what happened. So if I say select star from A now, it'll give me like some kind of ugly output, especially because I have a big font size here. But the idea is that, you have all these events that are enabled only conditionally if tracing is on, because this is expensive. To log all this crap is quite expensive and you don't want to do it normally. But as you can see, you've got these timestamps and these timestamps are quite high resolution. And I don't know how the timestamp resolution really works, to be perfectly honest with you, Last Miles. I don't know how Go does it. I assume it just uses like, I don't know, a cache plus, the syscall to get the current time, get time of day. Is that what it is? But I mean, it does it somehow, and we have, sub-microsecond precision. I think it's like Go can do nanosecond precision. Presumably the hardware can't, but anyway, I think this tracing stuff is actually extremely cool. It's very handy for debugging. And you can imagine it gets a lot more sophisticated when you have a distributed system. So the database is distributed. If I did a big distributed query, you'd see a lot more complicated stuff. Instead of just having this single node here, you'd have logs from all different nodes, and you can correlate them. And this is just a textual plan, by the way. You can have Cockroach output to Jaeger. Speaking of Jaeger, And so you can have it output to Jaeger and visualize it there. Now I am fascinated. We'll dig into the ghost source and find the timing bits. Yeah, dude, you should. But I don't know. Is it going to be that complicated, Last Miles? Like, isn't it just going to be about running get time of day? Is this called? Am I crazy? Isn't get time of day already like nanosecond precision? Get time of day. It's not? No, not get time of day. This is the wrong thing. What is it called? What the heck is what is the name for the system timer? System timer syscall. I have no idea what this thing is called. I have not even a single clue.
The data bank's too big. I have
Yo,
to narrow down
Zizi
the search.
Feliz, thanks for
Are
the
you
follow.
going
And
to
Ball
buy
Resin, thank you
by
for the follow. I
guessing?
don't think I thanked you, but I appreciate both of you. Date? I don't think that's right either. It's like... Go still depends on the system time. Right, okay, so CockroachDB, we do use something like that. We don't use the same kind of vector clocks that Spanner does, which require the atomic clocks and everything like that. We use this thing called HLC, hybrid logical clocks, which is another thing similar to vector clocks. I'm not an expert on this stuff, so I'm not really gonna know how to talk about it properly. But if you wanted to learn more about it, you could look up hybrid logical clock, which is just basically a pair of a physical nanosecond ticker and a logical ticker that is I guess incremented in process, essentially. Like if you have two timestamps that are the same, I think that the logical part disambiguates them. Anyway, I'm not an expert on this distributed system this part of distributed systems at all. So don't know exactly what to say. Clock get time. Go still depend. Yeah, right, exactly. Random caca. Sorry, I already read that comment. Clock real time, clock get time. You guys, 100% cool stuff. Very nifty to understand how this stuff works if you really do. If you really do. Dr. Beardley, what is up? Didn't realize that CRDB still used physical clocks as part of the consistency protocol. Oh, I mean, it certainly does, right? I mean, here's what I'll say. Without knowing too much about how the HLC clock interacts with Raft, because I don't actually know how those two interact, I will say that the HLC timestamp is an important piece of information that is propagated along with nearly every API call in the system. Anytime that you want to fetch data, you have to have this HLC timestamp. That's how we interact with MVCC, which is the multi-version concurrency control stuff that you can use to figure out, what snapshot of the data am I actually reading from. And you've got to imagine, right, that Raft is also taking as input these HLC timestamps. I wouldn't imagine it was anything else. But I don't know. I don't actually have any idea. I have like a slight idea, but not too much of an idea. I use this sort of thing. Dr. Beardsley, what's up, by the way? Nice to see you. Clock get time and clock set time. Yeah, this seems legit, right? So a time spec. Does a time spec have nanoseconds in it? Time spec Linux. Yeah, it has whole seconds and nanoseconds, right? So there you go. Guess it maybe depends on your operating system, but at least it has the precision to give back to you theoretically. Oh yeah, okay, so here's what I was doing. I think we're pretty close. We're pretty close. We just need to make this thing be this other interface that we want, right? So this interface is gonna be, let's just define it right here. Type KV, I don't know, interface. What I was reading about hybrid clocks is that they use physical and logical timers. Yes, exactly. Basically using pretty clever algorithm and clock representation, one-way causality detection. Yes. Check mark. However, on real-time classified hardware, the last 2 digits will generally be 0, unless you have an atomic clock and other very expensive hardware, as well as a flux capacitor. Okay. Okay. That sounds about right. I mean, I guess Go lets you see nanoseconds, and the hardware probably won't give it to you, essentially. That's kind of what we're saying. That makes sense to me. That sounds plausible. Sounds very plausible. Where did that stupid interface go? I'm getting slowly driven crazy. Okay, here we go. This next KVR thing. Let's just copy this into this other area. Right?
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
Overlord.
Are you gonna do
099.
that?
Thanks for the
I'm
follow.
guessing.
On that note, you will get Golang. Hell yeah, dude. You're going to like Golang. I think you're going to like it. It's very much a... I think you're going to like it. If you're a C guy, I think you're going to like Go. I guess the big difference, last mouse, is that it's got a garbage collector. You're pretty tired, but also inspired after attending SIGCOMM virtually all week. SIGCOMM. ACM's professional forum for discussing communications and networks. Wow, that sounds important. Sounds like right up your alley, Dr. Beardsley. Oh, you were already doing some things with Go in the last few years. Okay, that makes sense. So it's not completely new to you. It's not completely new to you. How does it not have... Oh, it's... Oh, I see. See the problem. This needs to be a row dot. Okay, so we've got the interface. Over here, then, we get to use the interface. So this is going to be a fetch KVR. KV. What did I call it? Next KVR. Okay, so what are the problems with this? This needs to be called get span. Ooh, it looks like it's get cur span too. So we're going to call this get cur span. There was a talk on how to use server-side, machine learning-driven upscaling to improve live stream quality. That is awesome. You do hang out on Twitch all the time, Dr. Beardsley. I see you. I see you watching Mario. I'm also watching Mario a lot, and I see you there too. And I think that's rad. Especially during quarantine. Like, I don't know what else they expect us to do in here. Right? Don't really know. This needs to be the address, I want to say, right? That's not right. Okay, so it says, cannot use this thing as that thing because why? Get cur span is missing. Okay, so get last span needs to be changed to be called get cur span. What I find somewhat annoying is that Go is now self-hosted, and thus Go is written in Go, and thus to bootstrap on a new hardware, risk 5? You're supposed to say risk 5, I think. Other cool thing. Then you need to use a much older Go release, bootstrap from C, bootstrap to Go, and G. I may do all that tonight. Wow, that sounds ambitious, last miles, but very cool. I'm actually surprised it doesn't Go have a lot of builds for a lot of different hardware. Maybe not risk 5. Risk 5. Go? There's like a whole thing for this, huh? This repository is a port. Oh my god. This sounds like a nightmare. This port has been up. Last miles. I need to tell you something. The port of RISC-V Go has been upstreamed as of Go 114. If you didn't know that, now you know. This is huge. This is huge for you. This is gonna make a big difference in your life. Just to share some of the stuff that you work on. Okay, let's check it out. Stir to D triggers exception FE inexact on reasonable input. Hey, is this about decimals? Is this about decimals? Holy crap. That is exciting and difficult stuff. We have a decimal library in Cockroach that somebody wrote who works with us called APD, Arbitrary Precision Decimals. And it's quite a bear to get this stuff right, as I'm sure you know. Because I'm sure that's not gonna be enough. Golang, APD. So this library, theoretically, it's supposed to be a correct arbitrary precision, decimal library. But getting that stuff right, oh my gosh, it's hard. It is extremely hard. And it's, luckily there's this big spec, right? You probably know about this general decimal arithmetic thing. I'm sure you've spent a ton of time on this website. But without this, you'd really be screwed. You'd really be in trouble. Because this really tells you all you need to know to make it. You just have to read a lot. All right. Giving you something to chew on. Get curse ban. Get curse ban. Get last. Okay. 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 So now that we've got this wrapper, we're so close. We're so close. We're so close. What we need to do is there's one more step. This thing actually needs to take in the implementation of next KVer that it wants, right? That's the final bit to thread it all together, right? What we're going to be doing is passing in this scanner, right? Because the scanner is the thing that we've now told that it must implement this interface, right? So this needs to take one more thing, which is the next KVer, right? Next KVer.
Computers hooked into over
What a
1,000
bad name.
data banks throughout the world.
Yo, RelyMan1, thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate it. It's gonna take in scanner. MVCC scanner. This doesn't work for some reason. Cannot use MVCC scanner as some methods are missing. All right, it's actually, how did I make this work? Oh my God, it's such a complicated mess. It's such a complicated mess. Pebble, MVCC scanner. Did I not give this a next KV thing? Did I make yet another adapter? It's this thing, the MVCC scan fetch adapter. How could I forget? How could I forget? Okay, so I need to say adapter is equal to MVCC scan fetch adapter. Fill this in. We're getting really close. Wait, we already did that above, didn't we? Did we already do that? Adapter's here. Okay, so we just needed to pass in the adapter, not the scanner. Just getting a little bit exhausted here. So I'm losing my place. So this needs to be addressed up, and it's still problematic. Yo, Last Miles, thank you so much for the 500 bits, dude. I really appreciate that.
Sir, thank you for the inspiration and the motivation to get my go going and to get a bootstrap going tonight on a big Oracle/Fujitsu monster server for fun, and I will stream it. Yay. You are doing awesome work.
Yo, thank you so much. That's so cool. Let me know when you're gonna stream that. When do you usually stream? Because I want to come out, say hello, follow what you're doing. Let me know. That sounds like really cool stuff. Sounds exciting. Sounds fun. Sounds interesting. Oracle Fujitsu monster server. That's not words that you hear every day anymore. I have to say that, and it's fascinating. Night and day, open source knows no clock. Okay, fair enough, Last Miles. But thanks again for the 500 bits and for the subscription. Really appreciate it. I hope to see you on your stream sometime. And thanks for stopping by and asking all those insightful questions, giving me all that interesting stuff to talk about.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Koros, thanks for the follow. If I have a schedule, yeah, so my schedule, it's in my bio, but it's every Friday, 3 p.m. EST, and every Sunday, 6 p.m. EST. I would love a raid, and likewise, if I see you streaming, I will send you a raid myself. All right, very cool, man. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Sounds fun. Sounds cool. I'm a little nervous about this thing that I'm doing right now because I don't know. I think there's some impedance mismatch. I don't think that this scanner thing has any clue about... Maybe it does. Maybe it's this. Maybe I just need to say return roachpb.span start f dot scanner dot start key. Maybe this is what we want. This may or may not be what we actually want. You have about 6,000 followers, so expect a swarm of geeks when that happens next week. Fair warning. That is awesome. I'm super pumped for that. Actually, one problem, Last Miles, I'm actually on vacation next week. So make it 2 weeks if you don't mind. Make it 2 weeks. Next week I'm on vacation. I'm going to the beach. I'm really looking forward to it. I haven't had a vacation since COVID, so I'm really needing it. But in 2 weeks, I'm going to be expecting you. And that's exciting. We'll need 2 weeks for ramp time with Go. Okay, good to know. We're so close now. We have our wrapper. We have our adapter. What we need to do is back in this land, we've got to have this thing take in. Oh, there's a few more annoying things to do. A few more annoying things to do. Gotta have this. Does this not have a list of bytes, the number of bytes that it's read? Oh my god, that's so annoying. Oh, but you know what we do have is we have the results. And the results has the get bytes. It's all coming together. Okay, Last Miles. Poof! Thanks. See you later. That's some old school stuff. That's some moo stuff. You guys know about muds and moos? That is the original stuff right there. The original stuff right there. Okay. So this guy needs one more argument now. And then I think we're gonna play Mario. We're gonna play some Mario. This needs to take my fetch KVer. Where's that at? Where's my fetch KVer at? I'm lost. I'm lost again. It's called next KVer, not fetch KVer. Good lord. Just don't do that. Poof, baby.
The computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Chris V Codes, what's up, dude? Hey, I recently tried out live coding and found your blog post on streaming to be helpful. Dude, that's awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. It really warms my heart every time somebody comes in and says that. Thank you. I'm glad you found it useful. Did you find it on Hacker News out of curiosity? SMW waiting group. You did find it on Hacker News. Okay, very cool. Very cool. So do you stream under Chris V Codes? I'm going to give you an SO. Chris V Codes. I'm going to give you a follow too. I need to fix my SO thing, which is broken. It puts the period in there. So if you click that link, take the period out. Chris, I'm giving you a follow right now. Web MIDI. That sounds cool. I like music stuff too. One thing I really want to try out, you guys, is making music for Mario ROM hacks. That would be fun. I really want to do it. I looked at it briefly. I'll talk about that in a second, actually. Hold on. Let me just quickly finish. Oh my god. I think I'm actually exhausted. I think I'm out of steam on this, you guys, to be honest. There's like the types are still a little bit messed up. And I don't think we can get it working end to end tonight. I think there's still more stuff to do. So I think it's gonna be done. I think we're gonna be done with this and switch to Mario. For sure. Do I follow Composer? I don't, but I guess I should, right? I need to get Windows. That's the main problem, Dr. Beardsley, is all the tools are these janky, mega janky tools that only work for Windows, as far as I can tell. and it's big trouble. I thought about maybe, so there's this format, I think it's called MML, Music Macro Language, I think. And the main program, Add Music K, that deals with this, it's a C++ program that converts MML into the byte dump format that this chip expects, the SNES uses, I think is how it works. And it's got all this, it's got a lexer and a parser. It's like, okay, this is sort of familiar stuff. So I was thinking about maybe trying to take that and make it work on Linux, but I don't know. I probably won't, TBH. Yo, Mute Winter 82. Is that like Winter Mute? That's like a throwback to that one book, the Cyberpunk book, right? I like that name. That's cool stuff. I'm gonna pause, dude. I can't do this anymore. I think we made a lot of progress. I think we made a significant amount of progress, but I think I've hit my limit. So let's see. How are we gonna? We're gonna add seek 1 through 16. Whoops. You recommend his levels of Mario Maker? Oh, that's cool. So everybody's a Mario player, huh? All right, work in progress on pushing columnar batches deeper into MECC. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. Actually, what I'm gonna do first is I'll set up my little other Composers. Discord is a great resource. Oh, I should check that out. Thanks for that. That's a great point. I didn't think of that, but it seems obvious now that you say it. All right, we're gonna do Quickie World 2. We're gonna do Quickie World 2, and we're gonna hopefully not get stuck on hot potato. That's the next part of the agenda. So I'm setting up my emulator as we speak. I'm gonna turn up that music, baby. Can't get enough of that, right? I need to stop emulating this game. That's the next step. Yeah, what's up, Portuguese Captain? The waiting room effect is super real, right? Everybody's just like, let's wait until he stops eating his vegetables and doing his work. Let's play some Mario. Right? Okay, let me open up my live split. And then I think it should be enough. I think we can switch to our new layout. Look at that. We ready? Boys and girls, we're ready. And I'm just gonna be right back. Gotta use the old, thing. Didn't have anything to add to your godlike coding. All right, okay, we gotta change our category and stuff. I think there's like a fast way to do this. I don't know the fast way, so I gotta just do it via this menu. Super Mario World. Quickie World 2 for PB. Oh yeah, okay, one more thing is that Dr. Beardsley, you said last time that the font was too small, so I'm gonna try to fix that before we get started. I think that this web thing is bad, and I think I tried to do this once and then I didn't save it. So, yeah. So I think what I need to do is reduce the number of splits to like 8. And then, And then I think I just command plus the font size, you know? This is already better, you think? The other thing I wanted to do is add the best possible thing. Dude, this live split stuff is actually super sophisticated. It's like out of control. There's so many different variables and settings to do. I think what I want is under previous, I think I want a new thing, and I want it to be sum of best. Yeah. Auto splitter? I haven't. I don't mind splitting because I have it bound to something on my PS4 controller, which is what I use for this, by the way. Okay, so I want to save this layout now because I screwed this up and forgot to save it. All right. All right. What else do I have to do? Probably nothing. Just yeah, I am worried about emulators lag. That's a good point, dude. Let me fix that up real quick. It's like really unclear to me how much Mac Renice really does anything. It's very unclear, but this time, by the way, I didn't Renice OBS, so none of that really matters. Yeah, that I agree with you on that one, for sure. All right, let's make it happen. I mean, I think what's funny about this is that speedrunning is really like a big, it's not really clear if that's like the right word for this. This is like me trying not to die very much in Mario. Yo, what's up, Off the Band? How's it going? Okay, you guys, I need to restart because sometimes what happens is that the throw button gets bound. I mean, this emulator thing is super screwed up. It's screwed up. I have to, when this happens, the only recourse I have is to just quit RetroArch altogether and start again because I don't know why that happens. It's very irritating. Very, very irritating when that happens. It's my only recourse. It's something gets screwed up with the bindings, like, I don't know what it is. If anybody knows, I'm sure you probably don't. I am at the end of programming, 100% sure. Nice is the wrong way to spell. Yeah, dude. Okay. Hopefully the throw button will not be screwed up this time. We'll go again. I'm sure that you're not the only one who has this opinion, Dr. Beardsley. I'm sure you're not the only one. Sounds right. Sounds legit. I think the throw thing, it's like something when I alt tab, so I'm sort of nervous that like just switching to the terminal to do the Renice is gonna have me have the same problem with the throw button, but we're about to find out. Nope, okay, it's still good, so that's great. We have a potential, uh-oh. That's never happened to me. That's a new failure mode, and I'm just gonna restart because that was just unacceptable. That was an interesting failure mode, for sure. It's called throw the bomb, and it doesn't go into the little hole, and it blows up in your face. Classic problem to have. It's like sad if I don't get at least the first half of the first level deathless. It's like too depressing to continue. There we go. That's what's supposed to happen. That's not what's supposed to happen, you guys. All right, this is just pre-warm up territory. We've been programming for like 4 hours, so we got to do something to warm up, right? What's up, Lithium? What's up, Lithium? We might just have to reset again in a second. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. All right, we're going for round 3 here. Lithium, I'm not sure if you've been around for the second half of my stream before, but I started having a second half of my stream where I play these ROM hacks. I hope you're okay with it. I did actually, so I got through most of the first Quickie World, by the way, you guys. I'm on Special World now. I didn't finish Special World yet, but I did finish Sorfing Castle, which is that heinous thing that I started at the end of last stream. It was quite hard. Much harder than I think anything in this entire game. But I feel pretty good about that. You also play games sometimes? That makes sense. Don't we all? Don't we all? Especially those of us that live on Twitch. Apex, StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 is a hard game. I did a little bit of StarCraft 2 at one point. It's just so stressful, dude. That game is incredibly stressful because you have to be firing at all cylinders at all times or else you're gonna lose. Hell yeah, look at that one shot, baby. Satisfying. So satisfying. If I could one-shot the whole game, that would be so satisfying. I'd feel great. Probably it'll never happen. But you never know. Probably not. Probably not. You got to Diamond? That's pretty good. I think Diamond is where, like, okay, there goes the one-shot. Diamond is where things get pretty hard. I think I also got to Diamond, and then I couldn't get anywhere past it. I think I like barely got to Diamond, basically. And like, I think I kind of oscillated between Gold and Diamond. I think you can kind of get to Diamond with like basic strats without having to be very like dynamic in your play. But moving up in Diamond without having dynamic play, like anticipating what your opponent does a lot and whatnot, I think it's really difficult. Like you can sort of, yeah, do these like, I don't know, at least you could when I was playing, I don't know, like MMM or whatever. That worked quite well. If you could get really good execution at MMM as a Terran, you can basically get to Diamond. And then, yeah, I don't know. You really need to have, you know, good multi-base play to do well in Diamond, I think. Oh, Diamond, shit. I never got to Diamond, never mind. I've been talking about Platinum this whole time, Lithium. My apologies. You're definitely much better than me. I never got to Diamond. Gold and Plat. No Diamond for me. As you can see, it's been a long time. I forgot the name of the classes. Ah, shit. This song is a jam. Oh my god. Okay. Gotta refocus. Strategy comes into play, yeah. Can't get into the next one. Oh my god, look at that lag, dude. I don't know what to do about this lag. I need to get a hardware system to play this game. Oh, did I forget to... I forgot to split. Now the splits are gonna be super confused. Dang it. I think there's a way to fix that. You can like delete a split or something, but... Let me fix that. There's a way to like skip a split, right? I don't know how to do it. I think that's about right. No! Don't die to this dumb stuff. It is so dumb to die to that dumb stuff. Not good. Not good to die to that stuff at all. There we go. Okay. Out of that, this one, little jump, get that re-grab, land on, fuck! Landing on that thing sometimes goes south. But that was close. There's a cool speed strat for that section that I haven't attempted, but sometimes I think that it might look easier. The music in this hack is good. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Chris. It's better if somebody's bad at it because the levels are so short that normally you don't get to hear the whole song. So you should be happy that you're watching me. Oh my god. The only way to play this is grind and fail-a-ton? Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, the first time that I played through this game, it took me a month of like trying intermittently to get through all the way to the end. And now theoretically I can do it in under an hour, but sometimes it doesn't go that well, I don't know. I'm still working on playing while talking. That's kind of still pretty hard for me. There we go. Okay. Also, by the way, I don't use save states when I try to PB, but I've got these bindings and they sometimes, like if I rock the analog switch on my PS4, it changes the save state slot, so that's why that comes up. But worry you not. Worry you not. Yo, Rockstar74, thank you so much for that raid. How's it going? Damn. Free real estate? I don't think I understand. Nimlang? You guys are you guys Nim people? Is this a Nim raid, dude? The programmers are coming for me. Ah. Nim is the best language. Oh my god, you guys are like Nim trolls. Trolls from the land of Nim. Rockstar brings the free real estate. I've never tried Nim. Nim, not to be confused with Zig, right? Dude, who are you people? You guys are freaking me out. You guys are freaking me out. Maybe they're Nim aficionados, apparently. What's up? We do a lot of programming on the stream, and after the programming, we play some Mario. That's what we're doing, as you can probably tell. Oh my god, I do that every time. That's such an easy thing to screw up. You gotta jump one hop earlier on that. Okay, don't be afraid of this red, you guys. Don't be afraid of this red. It's okay. We got lots of time to save later on. No. Please! Nim and Zig are bros. Dude, Zig! There's a lot of... Doesn't Andrew Rock or whatever his name is? He's like the Zig creator, and he streams a lot on Twitch, right? Am I crazy? Am I making that up? Okay, that was tenuous. Ah, I missed the fast path. Oh well, it's fine. Rockstar had to leave, but he streams programming stuff. But yeah, he's only been streaming for like 9 days. But he was doing a web scraping page, had to go, it was finished. That's awesome, Potato Monsty. Rockstar, I know you're gone, but I appreciate you quite a bit. And you too, Potato Monsty. Bring the folks over. Hell yeah. Wait, out of curiosity, how did he find me? Because my category is no longer science and technology. Oh my god, that was a juicy fucking one-shot right there. I never one-shot that part. I didn't one-shot that part, but at least we got the midway. But I don't get how he found me because I'm not on that category anymore. With a Nim script, probably. You guys are absolute Nim trolls. It's out of hand. I love it, but it's absolutely out of control. Looked into my apartment window. That's creepy, man. Don't be creepy. Lithium. I know you're not a creepy guy. Maybe because you're famous. I'm not famous. Get out of here. Ah. Ah, good God. Would I consider doing a Nim stream? Maybe. I don't know what I would do in Nim. What? Poggers. I don't understand you people. You guys are freaking me out. I don't get you. Oh my god. And I'm actually totally failing at this. He has a sub goal? What was your sub? What was the... What? Okay, stop reading chat. Pay attention to this part of the level. I got super excited about one-shotting the first part, and then the second part is now giving me major grief. Major grief, you guys.
Computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks
Bruh.
around the world.
GPU Pro, thanks for the follow. Dude, I have that part down, but not right now. Not right now. Not right now. Okay, we're gonna get this. The next level is so cool. It's definitely worth it, you know? Potato Monsty, man, thanks. Potato Monsty, I appreciate you. Dude, I'm getting disappointed by my skills right now. Dude, that keeps happening. Okay. Here's what it is. I need to wait a little bit longer before hitting that little baby bat. A little bit longer on the second baby bat. Yeah, that was it. Just a little bit longer on the second baby bat. I just need to say the words. Once you say the words, you're gonna get it. You gotta believe. You gotta hold it in your head before you do it. All right, this has got a great song. Speaking of songs, we all know this song. Please, don't do that to me. You saw how close that was, that little shell jump. It was very close. That was janky, but it worked. Okay, those jumps are weird because you gotta re-grab after you hit them, but if you hold jump while you're touching the thwomp, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. What sort of programming? Mostly we program stuff related to this database called CockroachDB. If you hit exclamation point, CockroachDB, in the chat, you can read about it. But it's written in Go, so we do a lot of Go. Recently we were learning TypeScript, which is cool, and React, which I've never done. I've never done front end, but I started to play around with it on stream a little bit, which was pretty fun. You do that at work and no clue what you're doing? Nah, I'm sure you have a clue what you're doing. Clean. You guys are my hype man. Also a great song. No. Uh-oh. I'm probably gonna die. You gotta get that really perfect or else you run out of time on the thing. Maybe I can save it. No. It's not boding well. I've got an almond stuck in my tooth. Okay. Suck at that part. I also suck at this part. Unbelievable! I'm dead. I am dead. That key has to slide. I could reset. Should I reset? 4 minutes? I feel like I want to at least get to like hot potato, because I feel like if I fuck up hot potato on a good run, I'll feel really sad. So I want to at least do hot potato once on a bad run. I want to get at least a hot potato. Okay, I don't know how to do this part consistently, Dr. Beardsley. Can you help me? Oh, it worked. But it's just like random whether that works or not for me. Oh, that was close.
computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Persistent drops? That's not good. Maybe it's that level is like bad or something. I don't know. I need to get I need to get hardware for this game. Gotta get hardware. It's the only way. It'd be so much more fun. Shit. That level has a lot of flashing. It probably was the re-nice. I mean, I suppose I could set up like a little, like, can't RetroArch run on nearly any hardware? Couldn't I like set up a little, like would this work on a Raspberry Pi? I thought I saw some people do Raspberry Pi emulator setups. Thanks, Portuguese Captain, I appreciate that. But not so much because it's just an empty promise, isn't it? What happened to your old SNES? Dude, yeah, I want a Super NT too, man. I know they've been sold out. You can get them on eBay for like $1 bajillion, but it seems wrong. The wall clips, man. The wall clips do me in this level. Just get a Raspberry Pi, that's what a SNES Classic is? Bad modder soldered it to death? That sucks. I want that Super NT. I think they're gonna make new ones. I think. Because there's so much demand, it's like out of control. But did you see what happens? Whoops. There's that other thing. What do they have? The Super NT Mini that does NES emulation or whatever. They had more, and then they sold out within like 20 seconds a few days ago. So I'm nervous that that's going to happen also to the Super NT. Oh shit! I hit exit instead of retry. Classic problem. The Mega SG is back on sale, so more NTs are coming. I don't know what the Mega SG is. Is that their like another emulator for some other thing that they have? Oh my god. It's analog Sega console. Oh, okay, that's cool. Analog seems like an obnoxious company, I'm not gonna lie. Like, they do cool stuff, but people really hate on them for being irritating. With reason, I think. Like, they don't protect against people buying multiple. They seem to like, I don't know. There's like, people have grievances, and the grievances seem legit. Hot potato. All right, let's see if we can do this in a reasonable amount of time. Last stream, we like got stuck here and I gave up. I was just like, fuck it, I can't refigure out how this is done. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I figured out another strat, and I think that the other strat is more consistent. What you do is you press down as you're running to the edge. Shit. No. You're here to bless the potatoes? I don't even know what that means, but I like it. This shit is so hard, man. This hot potato stuff. I don't... Dude. Oh, wait. Did I have... No. That... My whole strat change was literally just to press down a little bit before you hit the edge. So you slide, let go of the thing. That's like too early. That was... I think that's what you want. That's what you want. That's the good look. I just don't understand how I ever got this level quickly. I like cannot do it anymore at all. Who's the tuber? Oh, I get it. I was like, are you talking about a YouTuber? Or you're talking about a potato? There we go, baby. That's what we're talking about. Oh my god. Did you see that? Okay, so I made it across the thing, and then I did the thing where I freak out and throw the bomb at the wrong spot, and then it doesn't work. So we just get to do it again, but that's okay. It's practice, right? It's all about practice with this game. That was not close enough. Okay, it's like press down right before the lip of the little slider. That's how it's done. You get really close, you press down. So that was good, but I didn't throw. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get good at this. We're gonna get good at this, I swear it. If we never get good at this, I will be disappointed, but we can do it. Dude, we're talking about practice. The thing is, what's so crazy about this is that I feel like I've done this level so many times, and at a certain point I regressed. I badly regressed. And then I haven't been able to regain the consistency since I regressed that one time. You know? It's really disappointing to me and to you. Okay, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna reset. We're gonna get this done, and then we're gonna reset. If we can even get it done at all. This is the classic issue. Anyway, Portuguese Captain, I've been enjoying watching your Sekiro. That game looks out of control hard, not gonna lie. The Dark Souls stuff, I don't know how people do that. It just seems so painful to play Dark Souls stuff. $11 hours? That's pretty bad. I don't want to do any spoilers on the screen, but I'm assuming Portuguese Captain, you weren't on the final boss, were you? That one that you were looking at with the trees and everything? Okay, it's like once I start to slide and I've gotten it right, I'm like freaking out a little bit too much, and I hit jump late. Super easy to... You can even hack Sekiro? That's actually super cool. I didn't realize that. Okay, don't panic. Don't panic. It's okay. Stuck on the hardest boss in the game now? Which one would that be? I guess I'll find out when you do your stream. All right, at least I got out of that. I'll just keep playing. I don't want to reset really. But I think I'll probably do another run after this one to see if we can do better. Sounds like you guys are talking about the same thing. Demon of Hate. Killed 1 life off of it. Alright. You gotta hold left. It's got 3. By some miracle, I did not die just there. I really thought I was gonna. Dude, Portuguese captain. Well, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this. It's about the other time that you did streaming, so I won't say it because I'm not sure if you want to keep that secret. I feel like it's common. You know, you played DS1 in a crazy way. You can say that, right? Portuguese. Yeah, I was just talking. You know, you told me that you played DS1, Soul Level 1 for the first time on stream to a lot of people, right? Wasn't that basically the story? Portuguese captain, you should not sleep on Portuguese captain. You should not sleep on Portuguese captain. He knows how to stream. He just had to start from scratch due to some life problems, is my understanding. And so that's a bummer. He didn't deserve that life problem whatsoever. All DS, you see, this is the sort of shit that I'm talking about. That is some gamer skill, my friend. You are a gamer. Capital G. No question about it. Portuguese is like an old school Twitch guy, is basically what I'm trying to say. He's wise beyond his years. Auto mod got you for some reason, but I don't know why. Yeah, I think, Portuguese Captain, didn't you start playing Sekiro without any power-ups and you like gave up pretty quick because it was different? DS2 DLCs? I really enjoyed watching Dode do all of his Dark Souls stuff for the first time. Like he's a Mario streamer that basically mostly does Mario. That at a certain point he was like, I'm gonna play through all of Dark Souls stuff. It was really fun to watch him do it. Because he had never seen it before. And he did all 3 games, different challenges. It was pretty neat. I think he's been trying to do DS1 Deathless too, which seems really tough. Dang it. Gosh darn dangity diggity. He did Invictus at GDQ. That sounds about right. Invictus is such a cool game. I want to level up to be able to do Invictus. I'm definitely not there yet, but it seems sweet. I want to do Akogare next. That's what people say. You got, you know, your QQ aids, the Noble Tofu QQ aids strategy. Seems like a good one. I'm gonna try to do it. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, any GDQ thing, just like playing through a game is basically a speed run. Dr. Beardsley thinks you think I'm there? I don't know, man. I've seen some of the people play Invictus, and that shit looks extremely tough. I started Akogare. I'm on like level 3. It's much harder than Quickie, no question. No question. Uh-oh, I didn't eat enough of the bullets. This is trouble. This might mean I'm dead. You gotta spin down 4 of the damn bullets. If you don't, you're done. You're done. Okay, that was good. That was quite good. That was really quite quick for me in this level. Normally it takes me a lot longer. Uh-oh, this is gonna be tight. Man, sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens. That is a tight jump at the end. You gotta go quick or else you're gonna miss it. And it seems like you're not gonna miss it, but you will. No. Can I make it? No. Invictus is closer to Akogare than GP1 and 2. Those games seem fucking hard too, man. I don't even know. I don't know how people do this stuff. I guess you just keep practicing. It's just the fact that the exits are so long. That's what seems so intimidating about them to me. It's like the lack of checkpoints on this stuff is just like really out of control. I'm sorry about this oppressive music. Normally you should not get stuck on this one for so long so that you have to hear this loop. No, god damn it, I'm probably dead. Yeah, I sort of saw what you said there, Kaizo. If you model it as a Markov chain, the difficulty is exponential in the number of tricks. That sounds about right. Because the probability just keeps going down, you know? Just keeps going down. You gotta get so consistent at all the tricks or else you're just gonna be kind of fucked. What? Seriously, dude? That's never happened to me. I've never been too fast on that jump. And it kind of seemed like I was gonna make it. And then I guess the ball's hitbox was a little low. Uh-oh. So you never want to jump onto that block. You really want to... Okay. Too fast. Yeah, right. If only I had that problem in the regular, you know? Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. This is such a good song. I was like, oh, wait, do I go high or low? And then I did neither and just died for no reason. I kind of changed my strat on that one. I used to go high always and like jump way out to the left and come back to miss the things. But then I realized that I think just you can stay low and they don't hit you. But I just kind of forgot what I was doing. Bum, bum, bum. Please. Don't. Oh God. Oh God. I panicked. I panicked. I panicked. Try not to panic. That's the thing with these jumping on these little objects. It's like if you panic, you're gonna die. And so the key is you gotta basically do no inputs. That's the kind of the zen of the moving objects. Just don't ever do any inputs. Never do turn back. Just never do anything and you're gonna be good. I don't know what that was, dude. I guess sometimes like you can't low bounce on an object that's moving up too quickly because you might die or something. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know, you guys. The neighbor problem is annoying. I emailed my landlord about it. That whole rant I did at the beginning of the stream, I was like, seriously, maybe we ought to put a fence. Because I know that they're so concerned with their precious driveway, maybe they should have a fence to protect their driveway from us. It really would solve a lot of this problem. But it's so petty. Putting up a fence is like the #1 pettiest thing ever. Fences are like made of petty. So I would feel kind of bad to put up a freaking fence. But I kind of think they deserve it. Mega Scottage. Okay, so here's a level where I figured out something crazy, which I'm sure everybody knows about already. But when you slide on a slope, you don't need to hold down. You just tap it. I learned that from Akogare. And that really made this level easier. You just tap down. Wait, I didn't tap it. Okay, that was fucked up. Okay, well, you know, I told something. Literally why you moved away from Chicago? Sometimes you feel like a fence is necessary, yeah. See, it's so much easier. Once you know about that, it like really makes everything easier. A lot fewer inputs to mess with, you know, you gotta get used to it, you know. I think one of the hardest things about this game is actually knowing, like having neutral inputs is really hard on the hands and brain. Uh-oh, shit. Never do that. Having neutral inputs is really, it's tricky because your brain doesn't want to do it. You're like, I gotta be holding something at all times. But then a lot of these tricks, I feel like the key is really just pressing almost nothing. And letting Mario just, or Luigi in this case, just chill. Neutral input levels remind me a lot of DDR? Tell me more. I don't quite understand. Yeah, Portuguese Captain, do you remember right before COVID hit? I was like, I started doing DDR a bunch at Chinatown Arcade. You want to come sometime? And you're like, hell yeah, I love DDR. And then COVID hit, and then we never did it. It's really sad. I really like DDR. Kaizo 1 Autoscroller's second point is very much DDR. I've never done any of the original Kaizos. They seem horrible. But it makes sense. I see what you mean. Ooh, terrible drop frames, huh? Frame dropping like mad, dude. Sorry, guys. I went with Justin a couple times. It was really fun. Cobalt Flux, that name brings back memories. But I see what you mean, Dr. Beardsley. It's like, it's kind of like a rhythm game because there's no improvisation in some of these levels. I mean, the nice thing about Chinatown Arcade is that you have the real machines. Like the actual metal things with the back, like, board hand thing. What is that called? The railing. That thing is important. But it's so exhausting. I was like, okay, I'm gonna play DDR all the time and get really fit. Because, man, I have to say that, like, playing DDR, it's exhausting. It's really, really, really tiring. If you're bad. I think the better you get, the less exhausting it is, because you have to move less. But in the beginning, it's really, really tiring. Because you're like stomping, you know, jumping around, you're like holding your whole body weight up on those railings and stuff like that. It's not, whoops. For pro play, you like to play without it? That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm not that good either, but like, it's fun to like pretend that you're pro, you know, and use the railing. Because it does theoretically make your legs less tired, right? All right, so we're only 10 minutes behind the old PB. Not the worst thing I've ever seen. Max 300 without the bar, dude. That's epic. The old max. Those max levels were pretty hard. A lot of notes, really fast. I mean, to be honest, you guys, like, if the level isn't musical, I don't really like it. And those max levels were not musical. They were just like pure drums. I just was not into it. Oh my god. Just randomly land on top of the freaking Yoshi boss, dude. You like to dance while playing it? Yeah, that makes sense. Am I dropping a ton of frames right now? I feel like I am. Alright, GG. Well, I finished the run Potato Monsty, but I didn't do very well. 10 minutes behind. That's okay. I think we're gonna do another. We'll do another, because why not? It'll be super fun. It will be super fun. We got a PB on Mega Scottage, which has been annoying since we learned about that neutral input downslide thing. Yeah, the nice settings for OBS. I don't know. I don't know. Let's try, how about this, you guys? So, Beardsley, do you know, like, if I put RetroArch at like -10, but don't change OBS, does that make a difference? Or is it literally just like, is one greater than the other? The other thing is, like, I'm not sure, did I lag because of, like, it could have been actually network. I don't actually know. Isn't there a way to see an OBS stats? I feel like it's network. I feel like it's network. You see that? Network drop frames. It's my internet. It's my damn internet. You see this shit? Yeah, I didn't know. I thought it was about the CPU, but it seems to be the network. Absolute F. All right, so my bit rate is 2500 CBR. Some people say, should I use VBR, you guys? Who knows about this shit? Who knows about keyframe intervals? Teach me about how to do OBS better. I made a blog post about it, but I don't know jack about how to do it. Bandwidth? I don't know what my actual upload bandwidth is. I'll do a speed test. Or is that gonna break my stream? That'll probably break my stream. I'm not gonna do a speed test. Should I try VBR? Will that turn off my stream if I change this stuff? Twitch requires keyframe set to 2? All right, if the stream drops, I'll be back. Should I do VBR, you guys? What's better, VBR or CBR? Twitch, VBR, or CBR?
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Yo, Booty Flyer. Thanks. Yeah, 720p, 30 FPS. Apparently don't use VBR. I don't know. Twitch specifies using CBR. How about that? Okay, whatever. All right, let's yeah, I'm on cable. It's up to Optimum. I'm on Optimum. Optimum's a piece of shit. But I'm on Optimum. Uploads are terrible. Yeah, that seems legit. Seems right. Okay, let's do another run. Just one more, and then I'll be donezo. Yeah, I wish that there was Google Fi in my neighborhood. That would make my life a lot better. Much better. Dude, sometimes I just miss that little bomb dude at the end there. It's a major bummer when that happens. Sometimes you just don't jump when you want to, you know? It's a major bomber, dude. Kappa. That's a Kappa moment. That's a Kappa moment. Oh my god. Okay, it's okay. The thing about these early deaths is that they don't matter at all. Because I lose so much time later. So much time. No. Fuck it. Okay, okay. That was unacceptable. I couldn't deal. It's now a race to see if I can finish this before my girlfriend gets back from pottery or not. I think if she gets back from pottery and I'm still playing Mario and streaming, as I have been for the past 6 hours, she's gonna be like, what the fuck? So we'll see what happens with that. Internet, stop fucking up. I can see you fucking up, internet, and I don't like it. I was working for a few hours. I've been streaming for like an hour. I guess so. I don't know. It's the same brain muscles for me, more or less. Like the talking stuff, you know. Potato Monsty, poggers, dude. I can't. You're just chilling. I love it. I thought you guys were. I'm still confused about that raid. I'm not gonna lie. The Zig Gang. I mean, not the Zig Gang. The Nim Gang. You guys just rolled in here thinking I was doing programming. Then I turned out to be doing Mario, and then you're all still here. I love it. But I don't understand it. I don't understand it. And I wanna your leader. I wanna know what his deal is. I wanna chat him up. Get him in here. Ah, that part is so obnoxious. And I suck at it. Don't worry about it. Alright, whatever, dude. Whatever, Potato Monsty. I'll try not to worry about it. Won't worry my little head about it. The speed strat for this level is also cool. You like only hit the leftmost note block, and then you like do this big old regrab on only the note block, but I'm too afraid to do it, so I never do. Rockstar streams every other day or something. I don't know his schedule. I should follow him. I don't think I followed him, but I will after the stream. Follows are easy. Follows only take a click, you know? They're free. And it feels good to get followed, I gotta say. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. It feels good. You're making somebody's day when you follow them, especially if they're a small streamer. Hashtag support small streamers, am I right? Shit. Hashtag support small streamers. Hashtag support bullet bills. Oh my god, okay. This is sometimes a level where you get stuck for literally no reason. Please. Deliver me from this vain world. Bruh! Yeah, subs are nice. Yeah, for sure. Subs are nice. Portuguese, when are you gonna hit affiliate? It's inevitable, right? I think this is from Deltarune. But same idea. Don't turn back. Don't turn back. Don't turn back. It's not a good idea to turn back there. You're an affiliate? Oh, I missed that. How did I miss that? I'm confused, Portuguese Captain. I could have sworn that for a second you were not an affiliate. And this is disturbing because I'm not a sub to your channel, and I should be. There's a sub coming your way, my friend. Why did I think you were an affiliate? I'm confused. I'm deeply confused. Yump, baby. You got it 4 streams in? Oh, weird. Okay, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I just didn't really recheck since like the first stream that you did. Confusing. Confusing. Yeah, I do have to be a sub. I want that first badge. But also, yeah, you know, you bought me 5 gift subs, dude. Ah. You're just enjoying the rage you can record forever on the internet? The day we get Deltarune 2 will be the day that you die? I never played Deltarune. I only played Undertale. Is Deltarune worth playing? It's free? Well, just because it's free, I mean, at this point in my life, Potato Monty, I don't know where you are in your life, but for me right now with video games, the most important resource by far is time. I can buy any video game that I want, but I can't play every video game that I want. So you still have to make this choice. Do you have time to play a video game? Yes or no? Right now, I mean, I guess it's a little bit oxymoronic because I'm spending like hours and hours and hours of my time just playing Mario, but that's because I like it. So, I don't know. It's more of a prequel, so it starts to set up a lot more of Undertale. That's cool. I guess that sounds pretty good. Your Steam library would take 50 years to go through? Yeah, exactly. There's that Steam calculator thing, right? Like, it's so disturbing to find out how much your library is worth. Mine is worth like a disgusting amount. It's very depressing. And I haven't played like most of the games on there. It's the same Undertale chart, but it's only one chapter long. That actually sounds pretty good if it's a short game. Stupid bone, bruh. This is the level that the raid happened? Yeah, well, we've looped back around, my homie. Dude, sometimes you just miss that bonefish. When you miss that bonefish, it sucks so bad. You have to start all the way over from the beginning of the level. I hate missing that bonefish. It's like the most sad thing of all time. Oh man. You work in tech, so you're not far too off. Yeah. For sure. It makes sense. Time is precious. What will you do with your one wild and precious life? You know that quote? The answer is play video games, apparently. Bruh! At what point do I just realize that I'm not gonna get the PB? I don't know, like, I need the best possible time number there. That would be helpful. But I'm not sure what that even says. Is that just like sum of best plus the current, sum of the best of the rest plus the current time you're at? Because that wouldn't really be that helpful. It's more like, what's the average of my attempts or something? Plus where I'm at? I don't know. How often do I do this run? Not that often. I do it like, I basically do it on my stream. I did it a bunch. I did it a lot more when I was just learning it, and now it's like I've done it, I don't know. I think I did it once this week so that I can do it on my stream to try to get the PB. I think I don't play it enough probably to get the PB anymore. When I got the PB, not that the PB is even that good. I was playing it like just kind of non-stop. Shit, okay. This isn't even that hard. Guys! At least the song is good, right? I don't know why I'm just like, I'm only going for the fast strat, even though I don't think it works after the first time. There we go. That was dumb. Highly dumb. Holy crap, there's like a loud ass car alarm outside my house. Do you guys hear that? I'm not sure if my mic picks that up. I can't imagine how it wouldn't. Good God, that thing is really loud. Yay, it stopped. Your volume is low? Okay, well, I'm glad. All right. I think it was like unbearably loud for me. I couldn't even think. I guess this mic is pretty decent. Or like, I've tuned the gain to be really low, more accurately. Ah, please. Please. Why are we dying there? Do I play other games at the end of my stream? Well, I've only done this. This is like my second week of playing games at the end of my stream. And so far, as of week 2, the answer to your question is no. But I don't know, it's not out of the question. I do like, I don't know. I really admire the people who stream Mario World. And these games are extremely cool. So I kind of want to keep at it. See where it goes for me. That's my plan for now. The runs at GDQ, yeah, they're pretty awesome. I would agree with you. Beardsley, yeah, right. Making a hack seems impossible. I'm just thinking about it, like thinking about how to do like level design. You have to be so good at this game to understand the principles of what makes a good level. You know? Like you can't just randomly do stuff. You have to know what's easy, what's hard, what's fun, what's not. That seems out of control, tricky. I could see like doing some ASM programming for somebody else's hack or something, but like making your own, that seems out of control, difficult. Nothing unattainable? Yeah, you're probably right. I feel like especially for this kind of game though, you have to know not only basic game design stuff, but like the mechanics. Biggest key to level design, a lot of incremental testing. Mario Maker on the Switch, I do have that, but I don't play it ever. Mark Brown's series on game design is interesting. There are staples in design. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Forgot to split. Classic problem. Fun is more important than tech. Sounds right. These are good adages. You should write them down in a book. Beardsley's book, it could be called. Beardsley, when's your hat coming out? No shit. Don't do that. Okay. Consistently one shot every level? Yeah, that's cool. God damn it. You went to college for game development? That's awesome. Do you do, oops, what did I do? I just like accidentally split a bunch. Do you actually do that for your job, Potato? I don't know the secret to this trick. It's totally random whether I can get it to work or not. Valdio is the world record holder for Kaiser 100%. A full minute, a set of... Wow, that's impressive. That's impressive. Game adjacent field. Trying to make a video game in your time. I guess you mean in your spare time. That's cool. Ars Technica, Naughty Dog. I gotta check that. Sounds cool. Crash Bandicoot's a cool game. I like Crash. I played that a lot as a kid on, I guess it was PS2? Quite like that game. PS1, was it? I think, yeah. I'll get a PB in this one day. I just need to keep doing it. Keep getting more consistent. See, that's an example of not consistent. An example of panic. I feel like that's a rule of thumb in this stuff, is you just never, don't panic. If you panic, you're probably gonna die. And I think part of not panicking is being prepared or remembering the whole level. It's kind of like a big memory test, these games, to some extent. You gotta remember every nook and cranny, everything that's coming next. If you're blind reading parts of it, it's like not a good situation. Cool Potato, thanks so much for hanging out and chatting. It was nice to talk with you a little bit. Yeah, so my schedule every Friday 3 p.m. EST and every Sunday 6 p.m. EST. I do stream mostly database stuff, sometimes other stuff. I'm actually off next week. I'm on vacation, going to the beach. It's gonna be great. But anyway, see you later. Thanks. I hope to see you another time. I'm on vacation this Sunday, but yeah, anyway. I think you got the message. Back the following Sunday. That might have been a gold. No, not a gold for Soaring Saguaro. I feel like I set really good golds at some point, and then like I can never reattain them. Tricky. Okay, here's Hot Potato again. See how we do on Hot Potato. Look at that. That's what you get. Ah! Ah! Oh man, why? I was so excited. I was like, hell yeah, I just did it. And then I... Oh, but look at that. Look at this, is called consistency. We're getting a little bit more consistency. It's very exciting. Very good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Hot Potato, fuck you, Hot Potato. I hate you. You're a cool level, but I don't like you even a little bit. That might be gold for Hot Potato. Very well might be gold for Hot Potato. Actually, probably not. You can tell by the splits, but it's close. It's crazy that I managed to do that fast at some point. I don't really get it. I feel like this one shouldn't really be that hard, and yet I often am slow at it. That's kind of the case for every level in this game, to be honest, but I feel like this one especially, I could really get better at. Okay, that was good. That was actually quite good. I wonder if that's gold. Much better than my PB, I think is what the splits tell me, but I can't tell. Wasn't gold. I think if previous segment starts counting down, that means you've missed the gold opportunity, is what I'm learning about live split. Live split's kind of hard to figure out. I don't really get it. It's a complicated program. Meh. What kind of... What's up, GPU Pro? Such skill. But then you gave me a weird emoji. Is that like a... I don't know what that is. I don't feel like I'm being very skillful right now. You're staring in awe. Yeah, you have to trigger it manually left ear. There's such a thing as an auto splitter where it like hooks up to the emulator or the screen capture and it does it automatically, but I don't have such a thing. So you do trigger it by hand. Ah. No, dude, I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm just a baby beginner. GPU Pro, this game, this is like the newbie Kaizo Mario hack that people tell you to play if you're just getting into hard Mario hacks. The world record in this game is like, it's like 18 minutes. 18 minutes. And it's deathless, the whole thing, I think. Or maybe like one death or deathless. And most of the Kaizo games are much harder than this. Believe it or not. I can't either. Do you think he's trolling me? I don't care. If I'm getting trolled, I don't feel too bad about it. Are you trolling me, GPU Pro? I'm still unclear if GPU Pro is trolling. The cards say like maybe not, but I'm not positive. Played it in the 90s. If you want to see some crazy stuff, GPU Pro, check out, like go to the other Super Mario World people in the same category and watch them. They're gonna be really good. They're gonna be good. See, he still could be a troll. It's impossible to tell. The bandwidth of text communication is just too low to know. You only watch science and tech programming stuff normally. Right. Yeah, I remember you coming from the raid. Well, it's cool. I appreciate you sticking around, GPU. It's fun chatting with you. Sorry if I told you that you were trolling and you were not. No! See, the key to those rocks is just not to panic, and I panicked. I turned back, never turned back on the rocks. Do you see me? Do you see the moment that I panic? Or is it just in my head? Because I can feel the moment that I panic every time. It's when I start to like freak out and hit the D-pad at random, trying to control the bounce and failing miserably. When do I usually stream programming stuff, GPU? It's on, so 3 p.m. Friday, EST, and 6 p.m. Sunday, EST, for like 3 to 4 hours, and then I usually, well, my new strategy is 3-4 hours programming, and then Mario afterwards. That's the delicious dessert from the vegetables. But then again, to be honest, I like doing programming streams too, so it's not quite fair to say that those are the vegetables when I like it so much. But then again, you also like vegetables, you know? So it's a complicated metaphor, isn't it? Sniped, yeah. Basically. It works for you because you're not a big veggie person. Just a big person. Oh man, that's funny, dude. Cool, thanks, GPU. Yeah, the only thing is that this week I'm actually on vacation, but if you stop by next week, I'll be back. Oh, that was close. So next Sunday, this coming Sunday and this coming Friday, I'm gonna be on the beach not streaming, but next Sunday I'll be back. So unfortunately we basically can't PB, but whatever, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Ah! Why is that throwing up, dude? Am I like hitting up a little bit? I guess I must be. I think my thumb is just kind of tired at this point in the night. So it's just like acting outside of my control. What? Somehow like I'm having serious issues with this block throw. I don't know why. There we go. Sometimes that happens. That's okay. We weren't gonna PB anyway. No. Man, this is annoying. This shell dump is still pretty tricky for me. There we go. Ah. Jucoso. Does anybody know what jugoso or jucoso means in this game? It's very unclear to me. It sounds like my girlfriend just got back from pottery. So the answer is that we were wondering what would happen first, and we know the answer. She got back first. Luckily, we're very, very close to being done with this run. We'll see what she says. I'll have to let you know next time. Dang it. That stupid thing. That's a new thing for me, failing on that. What? Okay. Now I'm like randomly failing at a section that I normally don't fail on. Always a good way to close out a run, right? There we go. Okay. Back in there. Do this part. No! Don't die to that stupid fireball.
Everybody knows that relational
Yo,
databases
Portuguese.
don't scale because they use
Thanks so much
joins
for that 2 months
and
of Twitch
right to
Prime.
disk.
Appreciate it. All right, GG. Thanks again, Portuguese. I really appreciate that. Nice of you. Not necessary, but nice. GG's. It's been fun. It's been real. We did not beat our PB, but next time I think we can do it. I think we'll get there eventually. We're getting closer. And the fact that we're 3 minutes away from PB on stream is a big deal because I play a lot worse on stream than I do not on stream. So I think we're gonna get there. Jugoso is Portuguese for played? Interesting. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Let's raid somebody. Let's raid somebody. Oh, you know, somebody else is playing this game. DBic. Let's raid him. Okay, raid DBic. He's playing the same game, working on splits. He's probably way, way, way better than me. So get ready to say hello, spam the ancient, you know, whatever it's called. LDB ancient if you've got it. Say hello. And I'll see you guys next Sunday. So no stream. No stream on this Sunday. No stream next Friday. But a week from this Sunday, I'll be back. So I'll see you guys. I hope you have a great week. And until next time, you guys have a good one. Bye-bye.
But like, yeah, you can just skip the. Yo.